If you're awake tonight, you're in the right place. This is Midnight Cases, where true crime stories are told slowly and calmly, to keep you company when sleep won't come. If this helps you relax, leave a like and tell me where you're listening from. This is episode 98. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a true story about a woman who did everything right, followed every rule, lived responsibly, and still vanished without a trace in the middle of an ordinary weekday. This is a case that has haunted investigators not because of what is known, but because of how much was almost discovered and then lost by seconds, angles, and timing. It is a story about routine, anonymity, and how a person can disappear in a place surrounded by cameras, traffic, and people without ever being seen clearly. This is the true story of Jennifer Kess. Jennifer Kess was 24 years old and living in Orlando, Florida. She was successful, organized, and fiercely independent. She worked in property management and had recently been promoted. She owned her own condo, paid her bills on time, and spoke to her parents nearly every day. Jennifer was careful. She avoided risky situations. She trusted structure and routine, and her life reflected that mindset. In January of 2006, Jennifer returned home from a short vacation with her boyfriend. She arrived late on the 8th and planned to go back to work the next morning. That evening, she spoke to her parents on the phone. The conversation was normal. Nothing sounded rushed, fearful, or distracted. She talked about work, about settling back in, about the week ahead. It was the last confirmed conversation anyone would ever have with her. The next morning, Jennifer did not show up for work. This alone raised concern. She was not someone who missed work without explanation. Calls to her phone went unanswered. By early afternoon, her employer contacted her parents. Alarmed, they drove immediately from Tampa to Orlando. When they arrived at Jennifer's condo, everything appeared mostly normal. Her purse, phone, and keys were missing. Her bed looked slept in. Clothes she would normally wear to work were laid out. There were no signs of a struggle. No forced entry. No broken items. The condo did not look abandoned. It looked interrupted. Jennifer's car, however, was gone. 2 days later, her vehicle was found parked at another apartment complex less than a mile away. It had been wiped down inside and out. No fingerprints, no DNA, no evidence left behind. Surveillance cameras at the complex captured a person parking the car and walking away. But in a cruel twist of timing, the individual's face was obscured by fence posts in every single frame. The height and build were unclear. The person walked calmly, without urgency, disappearing into the background of ordinary life. That footage became one of the most infamous near answers in missing persons history. The suspect was there, recorded, present, and yet completely unidentifiable. Investigators focused on Jennifer's condo complex. At the time, it was undergoing renovations. Construction workers came and went daily. Many were undocumented. Records were incomplete. Names were difficult to verify. Background checks were inconsistent. Jennifer had previously mentioned to her family that she felt uncomfortable with some of the workers, noting catcalls and unwanted attention. She had brushed it off but acknowledged the discomfort. Police theorized that Jennifer may have been abducted near her condo, possibly in the parking lot as she left for work. The timing would have been early morning, a moment of vulnerability, a routine path. Someone watching, waiting, and blending into an environment where their presence would not seem unusual. Despite extensive searches, no trace of Jennifer was ever found. No financial activity, no phone usage, no confirmed sightings. Her disappearance was total, the kind that leaves nothing to follow. As months turned into years, frustration grew. Jennifer's parents became deeply involved in the investigation, pushing for leads, funding billboards, and pressing law enforcement to keep the case active. They reviewed evidence themselves, identifying patterns and inconsistencies that had been overlooked. At times, they felt the investigation had stalled not because of lack of possibility, but because of exhaustion and limited resources. One theory suggested Jennifer may have been taken to another location immediately and killed shortly afterward. Another proposed she may have been held briefly before being murdered elsewhere. Without physical evidence, every theory remained suspended, unable to fully form or collapse. What makes this case especially unsettling is how close it came to resolution. The surveillance footage exists. The suspect was recorded. The car was recovered quickly. And yet, every advantage dissolved into uncertainty. A few degrees of camera angle, a few seconds of obstruction, a city full of people moving without memory of a face. Jennifer Kess was declared legally dead years later, though no remains have ever been recovered. Her parents continue to search, refusing to allow her story to fade into statistical silence. They speak not only for Jennifer, but for the countless others who vanish without noise, without witnesses, without closure. This case is chilling because it does not involve chaos or recklessness. It involves normalcy, a woman leaving for work, a parking lot, a short walk, a moment no one noticed. It reminds us that disappearance does not always come with warning. Sometimes it arrives disguised as another ordinary morning. Jennifer Kess did not choose to vanish. She was taken from a life she was building carefully and responsibly. And the question of where she went remains unanswered, suspended between cameras that almost saw everything in a world that kept moving as if nothing had happened. Next story. I'm going to tell you a true story about a man who stepped out of his truck in the middle of the night and was never seen again. A disappearance surrounded by confusion, fragmented phone calls, and a landscape so vast that it seemed to swallow answers whole. This case is unsettling not because of what we know, but because of how close the truth feels without ever becoming solid. It is a story about exhaustion, isolation, and a moment that may have lasted only minutes, but left behind questions that have stretched on for years. This is the true story of Brandon Lawson. Brandon Lawson lived in San Angelo, Texas. He was a young father, engaged to be married, and trying to rebuild stability in his life. He worked long hours in the oil fields, often driving late at night across empty highways and rural backroads. His job was physically demanding, and the schedules were unforgiving. Sleep was inconsistent. Fatigue was normal. Brandon was known as a hard worker, someone who pushed through exhaustion to provide for his children. On the night of August 8th, 2013, Brandon left home after an argument with his fiancée. The disagreement was not unusual or violent. It was the kind of argument that ends with someone needing space. Brandon got into his truck and began driving south toward Bronte, Texas, a quiet rural area surrounded by fields, brush, and long stretches of road with little traffic. Sometime after midnight, Brandon's truck ran out of gas along U.S. Highway 277. He pulled over onto the shoulder. There was no immediate danger. The road was quiet. The night was dark but calm. Brandon called his brother Kyle and asked for help. Kyle agreed to bring gas and began driving toward Brandon's location. While waiting, Brandon made a series of phone calls that would later become some of the most haunting aspects of the case. He called emergency services. The call was confusing, fragmented, and difficult to understand. Brandon sounded distressed. He spoke about being chased. He mentioned bleeding. He said there were people around him, but his words were disorganized. Dispatchers struggled to determine what he was experiencing or where exactly he was. Kyle arrived at the location Brandon had described, but Brandon was no longer visible near the truck. The vehicle was still there. The headlights were on. The doors were open. Kyle called out his brother's name. He searched the roadside. He used his phone flashlight to scan the darkness. There was no response. Kyle called Brandon's phone again. Brandon answered. In the background, Kyle could hear wind and movement. Brandon said he was in a field. He said he could see lights. He said people were chasing him. Kyle told him to stay where he was, that he was nearby, that help was coming. But Brandon did not stay still. The call ended abruptly. Law enforcement arrived and searched the area immediately. They found Brandon's truck abandoned on the side of the road. There were no signs of struggle, no blood, no damaged clothing, no footprints that could be clearly followed. The terrain around the highway was rough, filled with tall grass, uneven ground, and scattered brush. At night, visibility would have been extremely limited. Over the following days, search teams expanded the area. Dogs were brought in. Helicopters scanned the land. Volunteers combed fields and drainage ditches. But nothing was found. No clothing, no personal items, no physical trace that Brandon had passed through. As time passed, theories began to form. Some believed Brandon had suffered from extreme exhaustion and confusion, possibly exacerbated by substance use earlier in the day. Others believed he may have encountered someone on the road. Some suggested paranoia or hallucinations. Others believed the fear in his voice was real and that he was reacting to something actually happening around him. The emergency call recordings were analyzed repeatedly. Every word was dissected. Audio specialists attempted to clarify what Brandon was saying. Different interpretations emerged. Some believed he was describing an actual attack. Others believed his words reflected panic rather than reality. The lack of visual evidence left every interpretation suspended, unable to fully resolve. What makes this case particularly disturbing is the environment. The area where Brandon disappeared is open, flat, and seemingly impossible to vanish into completely. And yet, years of searching produced nothing. No remains were found. No definitive clues surfaced. It was as if Brandon had moved beyond the edge of visibility and never returned. His family never stopped looking. His brother continued to revisit the area. His parents worked with investigators, private search teams, and independent researchers. They listened to the recordings again and again, hoping to hear something new, hoping for a detail that had been missed. Brandon Lawson was declared legally dead years later, not because answers were found, but because time made hope harder to sustain. Still, his disappearance remains active in the minds of those who study unresolved cases. It stands as a reminder that not every mystery involves secrecy or concealment. Sometimes confusion itself becomes the barrier. This story is unsettling because it happens in motion, because it unfolds through phone calls instead of witnesses, because help was close and yet unreachable, because whatever Brandon experienced that night ended his presence in the world without leaving behind a story that could be fully told. Brandon Lawson did not disappear in silence. He disappeared while reaching out for help, while trying to explain something he may not have fully understood himself. And the space between those words and the darkness beyond the highway is where this story still remains. Next story, I am going to tell you a true story about a man who seemed to live an ordinary, even forgettable life, until the day investigators realized that his calm routines concealed one of the most disturbing long-term crimes ever uncovered. This is not a story driven by chaos or emotional outbursts. It is a story about patience, control, and the terrifying reality that someone can cause immense harm while appearing completely unremarkable. This is the true story of Robert Hansen. Robert Hansen lived in Anchorage, Alaska. He was quiet, socially awkward, and rarely stood out. He ran a small bakery. He was married. He hunted regularly, a common and respected activity in Alaska. To neighbors and acquaintances, he appeared introverted but harmless, the kind of man people barely remembered after meeting him. No one saw him as threatening, and that was exactly how he wanted it. Hansen's childhood had been marked by isolation and resentment. He struggled socially, felt rejected by peers, and developed a deep sense of anger toward women who he believed looked down on him. As an adult, those resentments did not fade. Instead, they hardened into something darker. Over time, Hansen began seeking control rather than connection. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, women in Anchorage began disappearing. Many were young, some were involved in sex work. Others lived on the margins of society. At first, the disappearances did not draw widespread attention. Some assumed the women had moved on. Others assumed addiction or instability was to blame. In a city with transient populations and harsh conditions, absence did not always raise alarms. But patterns began to emerge. Several women reported terrifying encounters, but survived long enough to speak. They described a man who would pick them up, gain their trust, and then restrain them at gunpoint. He would transport them to remote areas outside the city, deep into the Alaskan wilderness. There, he would release them and hunt them for sport. The idea seemed impossible to many investigators at first. The terrain was vast. The conditions were extreme. The concept felt unreal, but the accounts were consistent. The fear in the survivors' voices was unmistakable. One woman, Cindy Paulson, managed to escape in 1983. She had been abducted, restrained, and flown to a remote location. When she broke free, she ran barefoot through the night until she reached help. She gave police a description of her attacker and his vehicle. This time, authorities listened. The description led them to Robert Hansen. At first, Hansen denied everything. He appeared cooperative, calm, and polite. He insisted the accusations were lies. He portrayed himself as a misunderstood man being targeted unfairly. But investigators persisted. They searched his home, his aircraft, and his property. What they found slowly dismantled the image of harmlessness he had cultivated. Maps were discovered, marked with small symbols. Each symbol represented a location in the wilderness. When investigators compared the markings to missing persons reports, the pattern became undeniable. These were burial sites. Human remains were recovered. Victims who had been missing for years were finally found. The scale of Hansen's crimes became horrifyingly clear. He had used his knowledge of the land, his hunting skills, and his access to private aircraft to commit murders that were almost impossible to detect. He selected victims he believed no one would search for. He relied on isolation as his accomplice. Hansen eventually confessed to abducting and murdering at least 17 women, though investigators believe the true number may be higher. He described his crimes without visible emotion. He spoke about them as if recounting tasks rather than lives taken. Control, not rage, had been his driving force. In 1984, Robert Hansen was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He would never again walk free into the wilderness he had used as a weapon. He died in prison in 2014. This story is chilling not just because of the violence, but because of how easily it remained hidden. Hansen did not rely on chaos. He relied on invisibility. He relied on assumptions. He relied on the belief that some lives would not be missed loudly enough. The victims of Robert Hansen were not careless. They were vulnerable, and vulnerability, when ignored by society, becomes opportunity for predators who understand patience. This case reminds us that danger does not always announce itself. Sometimes it wears routine. Sometimes it blends into daily life. And sometimes it hides behind the quiet confidence of someone no one thought to question. Robert Hansen lived for years without suspicion, not because he was clever, but because he was overlooked. And in that space of neglect, unimaginable cruelty was allowed to grow. Next story. I'm going to tell you a true story about a woman who vanished while doing one of the most ordinary things imaginable. A disappearance so quiet and unresolved that it continues to unsettle investigators decades later. This is not a story filled with frantic witnesses or dramatic confrontations. It is a story about routine, trust, and a moment where the world simply failed to notice that someone was slipping away. This is the true story of Asha Degree. Asha Degree was 9 years old and lived in Shelby, North Carolina, with her parents and older brother. She was shy, polite, and deeply attached to her family. She did well in school and followed rules carefully. Her parents described her as cautious, not adventurous, not the type of child who would wander off on her own. She was afraid of the dark. She was afraid of storms. She slept in the same room as her brother, finding comfort in routine and familiarity. On the night of February 13th, 2000, a winter storm passed through the area. The power flickered. Rain fell steadily. Temperatures were low. Inside the Degree home, everything appeared normal. Asha went to bed after watching television with her family. Her parents checked on her before going to sleep. Nothing seemed unusual. Sometime between midnight and early morning, Asha quietly got out of bed. She dressed herself. She packed a small backpack, and she left her home on foot, walking into the cold, rainy darkness alone. No one saw her leave the house. No one heard the door open. When her parents woke later that morning to prepare for work and school, Asha was gone. At first, they believed she might be hiding somewhere in the house. Children sometimes play games like that. But as minutes passed, panic set in. Her backpack was missing. Her coat was gone. The weather outside made the situation immediately alarming. Police were called, and a search began almost instantly. What made the case even more unsettling was that multiple motorists later reported seeing a small child walking along Highway 18 during the early morning hours. Some assumed it was an older teen. Others slowed down, concerned, but hesitated to stop. One driver turned around after realizing how small she appeared. But by the time he returned, she was gone, disappearing into the trees beside the road. Search teams focused on the surrounding woods, fields, and properties. Dogs were brought in. Helicopters scanned the area. Volunteers searched tirelessly. But there was no sign of Asha. No clothing. No footprints that could be followed. No clear trail. Days later, a small shed was discovered several hundred yards off the highway. Inside were items believed to belong to Asha, including candy wrappers and a pencil. It appeared that she had sheltered there briefly during the storm. The discovery confirmed that Asha had indeed been walking alone that night. It deepened the mystery rather than resolving it. Why would a 9-year-old child, afraid of the dark and storms, leave her home voluntarily in the middle of the night during bad weather? That question became the center of the investigation. Investigators explored many possibilities. Some believed Asha may have been groomed by someone she trusted, someone who convinced her to leave at a specific time. Others believed she may have misunderstood instructions related to a school event. Asha had recently participated in a basketball game where she missed important plays and felt embarrassed. Some wondered if she was trying to prove something to herself. But none of these explanations fully accounted for her fearfulness or the careful planning required to leave unnoticed. Years passed with no definitive answers. Then, in 2001, construction workers found Asha's backpack buried along a roadside more than 20 miles away. It had been double-wrapped in plastic. Inside were items that did not belong to her, including a book from her school library that had been checked out by another child. The location and condition of the backpack suggested intentional concealment. The discovery shifted the case firmly toward foul play. Asha had not simply wandered and gotten lost. Someone had interacted with her. Someone had possession of her belongings. Someone had taken deliberate steps to hide evidence. Despite renewed efforts, no suspect was ever conclusively identified. Over the years, tips poured in. Sightings were reported across multiple states. Faces were compared. Leads were chased. Each one ended without resolution. Asha's parents never stopped searching. They kept her bedroom exactly as it was. They celebrated her birthdays. They spoke about her in the present tense for years, refusing to accept that hope should expire. For them, Asha did not vanish into the past. She remained a child who could still come home. What makes this story so deeply unsettling is its contradiction. Asha was not reckless. She was not troubled. She did not seek danger. And yet, she walked willingly into the night, guided by a reason that remains unknown. The danger she encountered did not announce itself. It waited quietly. Asha Degree did not disappear in a city filled with strangers. She vanished from a small town, from a loving home, from a life defined by safety and routine. Her absence has stretched across decades, leaving behind questions that refuse to settle. This case reminds us that the most frightening mysteries are not always loud or violent. Sometimes they unfold softly while the world sleeps, and by the time morning arrives, someone is already gone. Next story. I'm going to tell you a true story about a woman who vanished quietly from her own home, leaving behind half-finished routines, unanswered questions, and a family that would spend decades searching for clarity that never fully arrived. This is not a story of sudden violence or dramatic confrontation. It is a story about absence, about what it means when someone simply stops existing in the space they once filled, and about how silence itself can become the most unsettling part of a crime. This is the true story of Lisa Stebick. Lisa Stebick lived in the Chicago suburb of Plainfield, Illinois. She was a mother of 2 young children and worked as an office manager at a medical clinic. Friends described her as organized, dependable, and deeply committed to her kids. Her life revolved around routine. School schedules, work hours, errands, and family obligations structured her days. She was not impulsive, She did not disappear from obligations. When Lisa showed up somewhere, it was because she had planned to be there. At the time of her disappearance in April of 2007, Lisa was in the middle of a contentious divorce from her husband, James Stebick. The separation had been tense and emotionally draining. Court filings detailed arguments over finances, custody, and property. Despite the stress, Lisa continued to live in the family home with her children while James stayed elsewhere. The house remained familiar territory, a place where Lisa believed she could maintain stability for her kids during a difficult transition. On April 30th, Lisa followed her usual routine. She worked a full day at the clinic. She picked up her children. She spoke with coworkers and family members. Nothing about her behavior suggested fear or plans to leave. That evening, she returned home. Sometime after that, Lisa Stebick vanished. When she failed to appear at work the next morning and did not respond to calls, concern began to grow. Lisa had never missed work without notice. She never disappeared without explanation. Friends and family quickly contacted police. When officers entered her home, they found signs that felt incomplete rather than violent. Her car was still there. Her purse and keys were inside. Her phone was left behind. Personal belongings that would be essential for travel remained untouched. There was no clear evidence of a struggle. No broken furniture. No overturned rooms. But there were subtle signs that something was wrong. The house did not look abandoned. It looked interrupted, as if someone had been there and then simply stopped existing mid-routine. Dishes were not fully cleaned. Laundry was not finished. These details suggested Lisa had not planned to leave and had not expected to be gone long. James Stebick immediately became a central figure in the investigation. His divorce from Lisa had been increasingly hostile. Friends of Lisa reported that she felt intimidated by him. Court records showed disputes over money and custody that were escalating rather than calming. Investigators learned that James had expressed anger over the divorce proceedings and fear about losing control over his family life. James told police that he had been at the house that night to pick up some personal belongings. He claimed Lisa was not home when he arrived. He said he left shortly afterward, but his timeline was inconsistent. Surveillance footage, phone records, and witness statements did not align cleanly with his version of events. Each time investigators pressed for clarification, the details shifted slightly. As days passed, search efforts expanded. Volunteers combed nearby wooded areas. Police searched bodies of water, construction sites, and abandoned properties. No trace of Lisa was found. There were no confirmed sightings. No financial activity. No communications. It was as if she had been erased. Investigators began to believe Lisa had never left the house alive. The absence of blood or obvious violence did not eliminate foul play. It suggested control, planning, a situation where force may not have been loud or chaotic. Someone who knew Lisa well would have understood how to avoid drawing attention. Someone familiar with the house would know how to move through it without leaving obvious signs. The case took a darker turn when police discovered that James had made extensive internet searches before Lisa disappeared. Searches included information about poisoning, decomposition, and how long it takes a body to break down. He had also looked up information about firearms and silencers. These searches occurred during the same period that the divorce was intensifying. When confronted, James offered vague explanations that failed to convince investigators. Despite growing suspicion, there was still no body. And without physical remains, prosecutors faced significant challenges. Circumstantial evidence can suggest guilt, but absence limits certainty. Years passed with no arrest. Lisa's children grew older without answers. Family members continued to push for progress, refusing to let the case fade quietly into cold files. In 2009, James Stebick was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, even though Lisa's body had never been found. Prosecutors argued that the evidence pointed overwhelmingly toward him. They presented digital records, witness testimony, and the pattern of escalating conflict. They described a man who stood to lose money, reputation, and control, and who may have chosen permanent silence as a solution. The trial was emotionally charged. The defense argued There was no proof Lisa was dead, that she could have left voluntarily, and that assumptions were being made without physical confirmation. The prosecution countered that Lisa's personality, responsibilities, and attachments made voluntary disappearance impossible. They emphasized that nothing about her life suggested she would abandon her children without preparation or contact. In the end, the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict. A mistrial was declared. The case stalled once again. Without new evidence, prosecutors could not move forward. James Stebick remained free. Lisa Stebick remained missing. Years turned into more than a decade. The house was eventually sold. Neighborhoods changed, but the question remained suspended in time. What happened inside that home on that quiet evening? Where Lisa went? How a person so anchored to routine could vanish without leaving a trace? Lisa Stebick was legally declared dead in 2014, not because her body was found, but because the weight of absence became undeniable. Her children continued their lives carrying uncertainty rather than closure. Her family continued to speak her name, refusing to allow silence to become erasure. This story is chilling because it lacks resolution, because it shows how a life can end not with noise, but with disappearance. Because it reminds us that the most frightening crimes are sometimes the ones that leave behind nothing solid to hold on to. No scene to revisit, no final moment to examine, just a space where someone used to be. Lisa Stebick did not vanish in a mystery by choice. She vanished into the gap between what can be proven and what is painfully clear to those who knew her. And that gap, unresolved and quiet, is where this story still lives. Next story, I'm going to tell you a true story that unfolded quietly inside a marriage that looked ordinary to everyone on the outside. A case where nothing appeared urgent, violent, or unstable until it was far too late. This is a story about emotional dependence, about a slow erosion of boundaries, and about a woman who trusted the person closest to her while being guided step by step toward her own disappearance. This case did not involve strangers, late-night attacks, or sudden chaos. It unfolded gradually, inside daily routines, inside conversations that sounded normal, and inside a home that never appeared dangerous. This is the true story of Kathleen Peterson. Kathleen Peterson lived in Durham, North Carolina, with her husband Michael Peterson. Kathleen was successful, independent, and deeply respected in her professional life. She worked as a business executive, traveled frequently, and carried herself with confidence. Michael was a novelist and columnist, known for his intelligence, charm, and ability to speak persuasively. Together, they appeared intellectually matched, financially comfortable, and socially active. Their home was large, welcoming, and often filled with guests. Nothing about their lives suggested instability. On a December night in 2001, Kathleen was found dead at the bottom of the staircase in their home. She had suffered severe head injuries. Blood was present on the walls, the floor, and the stairs. Michael called emergency services, claiming Kathleen had fallen after drinking wine and taking medication. He sounded shaken but controlled. He insisted it was an accident. At first, the explanation seemed possible. Stair falls can be fatal. Alcohol had been consumed. There were no obvious signs of forced entry. But as investigators examined the scene more closely, doubts began to form. Kathleen's injuries were extensive, far more severe than expected from a simple fall. The amount of blood suggested prolonged trauma rather than a single impact. The pattern did not align cleanly with an accident. As the investigation deepened, Michael Peterson's life began to unfold in unexpected ways. Authorities learned that he had been involved in multiple secret relationships with men, relationships Kathleen was not aware of. Financial pressures existed beneath the surface of their comfortable lifestyle. Credit card debt was mounting. Kathleen's income supported much of the household. Divorce, exposure, and financial collapse all loomed quietly in the background. Investigators also uncovered a strikingly similar death years earlier. A close family friend in Germany had been found dead at the bottom of a staircase, under circumstances Michael had been present for. That case had been ruled accidental. But now, with Kathleen's death, The resemblance felt too precise to ignore. Michael maintained his innocence. He spoke calmly. He gave interviews. He insisted Kathleen loved him, trusted him, and that their marriage was strong. Supporters described him as incapable of violence. Others saw inconsistencies in his statements, changes in timelines, and emotional reactions that felt controlled rather than spontaneous. The case went to trial, becoming one of the most debated criminal proceedings in modern American history. Experts argued over blood spatter patterns, injury mechanisms, and behavioral evidence. The prosecution painted a picture of a man cornered by secrets, finances, and fear of exposure. The defense argued that the scene was misinterpreted, that the science was flawed, and that a tragic accident had been transformed into a crime. Kathleen Peterson, the person at the center of it all, became almost invisible in the noise of debate. She was not reckless. She was not unstable. She trusted her environment. She trusted her home. And she trusted the man she shared it with. Michael Peterson was ultimately convicted of murder, though the case continued to evolve for years afterward through appeals, overturned evidence, and legal complexities. The truth of exactly what happened on that staircase remains disputed, suspended between certainty and doubt. But what is undeniable is that Kathleen Peterson died inside a place she believed was safe during an ordinary night, without ever realizing how vulnerable she was. This story is chilling because it exists in ambiguity, because certainty remains just out of reach, because it forces us to sit with the idea that truth can be fragmented, layered, and obscured by intelligence and presentation. And because it reminds us that danger does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it exists quietly, inside familiar spaces, waiting for the moment when no one else is watching. Kathleen Peterson did not disappear into darkness. She fell into it, inside her own home, while the world debated what it meant. Next story, I'm going to tell you a true story that unfolded quietly across multiple states, a case that remained hidden not because it was invisible, but because it was disguised as something familiar. This is a story about a man who did not rely on force or sudden violence, but on patience, persuasion, and the slow erosion of another person's sense of reality. It is about how identity can be stolen without leaving bruises, how captivity can exist without chains, and how a life can be rewritten so completely that even the victim forgets who they once were. This is the true story of Franklin Delano Floyd. Franklin Floyd spent decades moving through the United States without attracting attention. He did not look threatening. He did not behave recklessly. He spoke softly, often presenting himself as religious, disciplined, and concerned with morality. To strangers, he appeared like someone who valued structure and responsibility. He often positioned himself as a caretaker, a man willing to step in and help people who were broken or abandoned. But this image was carefully constructed. Beneath it was someone who understood how to control others by first making them dependent. In the early 1970s, Floyd abducted a young girl named Suzanne Marie Savakis. She was only a child when he took her, removing her from her real family and erasing her identity completely. Floyd renamed her Sharon Marshall and raised her as his daughter. From the beginning, he isolated her. They moved constantly. New towns, new schools, new names. He told her lies about her past, convincing her that her mother was dead and that the outside world was dangerous. Over time, he trained her to obey, not through constant violence, but through fear, manipulation, and emotional control. Sharon was intelligent. Teachers noticed her academic ability. She performed well in school, often standing out as bright and capable. But she was withdrawn, cautious, and deeply submissive. Floyd monitored her closely, controlling her interactions, her movements, and her education. He often claimed she had suffered abuse and needed strict protection. This explanation discouraged questions. People assumed her silence was trauma, not imprisonment. As Sharon grew older, Floyd's control intensified. The relationship shifted from something disturbing to something criminal. He began sexually abusing her while continuing to present himself publicly as her father. Sharon had been conditioned from childhood to believe she had no options, no family, and no identity beyond what Floyd allowed her to have. She complied because resistance had been trained out of her long before she reached adulthood. Eventually, Floyd forced Sharon into a marriage with a man he selected. The marriage was not meant to free her. It was meant to maintain control while giving the appearance of normalcy. From that marriage, Sharon gave birth to a daughter. Even then, Floyd remained central in her life, dictating where they lived and how decisions were made. Sharon's life looked stable from the outside, but internally, she remained trapped in a role she never chose. In 1989, Sharon Marshall was found dead along a highway in Oklahoma. Her car had been struck in what appeared to be a hit-and-run accident. Authorities ruled it accidental. There was no immediate reason to suspect foul play. Floyd once again stepped into the role of guardian, taking custody of Sharon's young daughter. He told others that tragedy had followed him, reinforcing his image as a man burdened by loss rather than one responsible for it. But behind the scenes, investigators in different states were beginning to connect pieces of Floyd's past. His name surfaced in cases involving fraud, child abuse, and kidnapping. His story shifted depending on who he spoke to. Records did not align. Identities overlapped. When law enforcement finally dug into Sharon Marshall's history, they discovered something unsettling. She did not exist before Floyd created her. The truth came slowly. Sharon Marshall was not Sharon Marshall at all. She was Suzanne Savakis, a child abducted years earlier whose real family had never stopped searching for her. By the time this truth emerged, Suzanne was already dead. The realization that her entire life had been stolen, rewritten, and controlled after her kidnapping sent shockwaves through investigators. Authorities began to re-examine Sharon's death. While Floyd was never formally convicted of murdering her, evidence suggested that her death may not have been accidental. Investigators believe that Floyd had motive, opportunity, and a long history of eliminating threats to his control. The pattern was clear. When people became independent, when they began to question, they were removed. Franklin Floyd was eventually convicted on multiple charges, including kidnapping and sexual abuse. He was sentenced to decades in prison. Even during sentencing, he remained emotionally flat, refusing to fully acknowledge the harm he had caused. He continued to speak in vague justifications, as if still attempting to control the narrative of the lives he had destroyed. This case is chilling because it unfolded in plain sight. Teachers saw Sharon. Neighbors spoke to Floyd. Officials accepted his explanations. No one imagined that a child could be stolen, renamed, abused, and carried through adulthood without ever escaping. There were no locked doors visible to the world. No chains. Just lies repeated until they became reality. Suzanne Savakis lived her entire life under someone else's name. She never experienced freedom, never reunited with her family, never chose who she became. Her story reminds us that the most dangerous prisons are not always hidden underground or reinforced with steel. Sometimes they exist inside the mind, built slowly by someone who understands exactly how to make captivity feel like protection. Next story. I am going to tell you a story about a family that seemed close and protective, about a woman who slowly became isolated without realizing it, and about a crime that unfolded behind closed doors while the outside world saw nothing but devotion. This is a story about control disguised as care, about fear hidden beneath obedience, and about how danger can grow quietly inside a home for years. This is the true story of Yates' family tragedy. Andrea Yates lived in Houston, Texas, with her husband Rusty Yates and their 5 young children. Andrea was deeply religious, soft-spoken, and devoted to motherhood. She believed strongly in responsibility, discipline, and moral purity. Friends described her as gentle and intelligent, but also fragile. From early on in her marriage, Andrea struggled with severe mental health issues. After the birth of her first child, Andrea experienced postpartum depression. With each subsequent pregnancy, her condition worsened. She suffered from psychosis, hallucinations, and suicidal thoughts. Doctors warned that she should not have more children. Hospitalizations followed. Medication was prescribed. Each time, she improved briefly, then deteriorated again. Despite these warnings, Andrea continued to have children. Her life became increasingly isolated. The family lived under strict routines. Andrea was responsible for nearly everything inside the home. She slept little. She ate sparingly. She felt constant guilt and fear that she was failing as a mother. Her religious beliefs, once a source of comfort, began to twist into something terrifying. She became convinced that she was evil and that her children were corrupted because of her. On the morning of June 20th, 2001, Rusty Yates left for work as usual. Andrea was left alone with the children for a short period of time. This was not uncommon. No one realized that this morning would be different. Within the next hour, Andrea Yates drowned all 5 of her children in the bathtub. She called the police immediately afterward. She spoke calmly. She told them what she had done. When officers arrived, they found the children laid out carefully on the bed. Andrea was still, silent, waiting. The news stunned the nation. How could a mother kill her own children? How could this happen inside a family that appeared structured and religious? How could so many warning signs exist without preventing tragedy? The investigation revealed years of documented mental illness. Medical records showed repeated hospitalizations. Doctors testified that Andrea had been psychotic at the time of the killings. She believed she was saving her children from eternal damnation. In her mind, death was mercy. The trial became a public reckoning. Prosecutors argued that Andrea knew right from wrong. They pointed to her methodical actions and her calm demeanor. The defense argued that she was profoundly mentally ill and incapable of rational thought. Experts described her delusions in detail, explaining how deeply disconnected from reality she had been. In 2002, Andrea Yates was convicted of capital murder and sentenced to life in prison. The verdict did not bring peace. Public debate erupted over mental illness, responsibility, and systemic failure. Doctors had warned of this exact outcome. Family members had expressed concern, yet the situation had continued until it became irreversible. In 2006, Andrea Yates was retried after her conviction was overturned due to false expert testimony. This time, the jury found her not guilty by reason of insanity. She was committed to a state mental health hospital where she remains today. The Yates case is deeply unsettling because it exists in a space where blame and tragedy intersect. Andrea Yates was not a monster in the traditional sense. She was a woman consumed by untreated psychosis, isolated by rigid beliefs, and overwhelmed beyond endurance. Her actions were horrific, but they did not emerge from cruelty. They emerged from illness and collapse. Her children were innocent. Their lives were shaped by routines, discipline, and dependence. They trusted their mother completely. They had no understanding of the storm inside her mind. This case forced society to confront uncomfortable truths. That love does not cure mental illness. That devotion can coexist with danger. That ignoring medical warnings has consequences measured in lives. It also raised questions about responsibility beyond the individual, about how families, belief systems, and institutions can unintentionally trap someone inside their illness instead of protecting them. This story does not offer comfort. It offers caution, because sometimes tragedy does not come from hatred or rage. Sometimes it comes from silence, from untreated illness, from warnings that go unheeded, and from the fragile belief that everything will somehow be fine, even when all signs say it will not. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a quiet disappearance that unfolded in plain sight, about a family that believed answers would come quickly, and about how time can stretch suffering when the truth refuses to surface. This is a story about routine, about trust, and about how an ordinary evening can quietly become the last chapter of a life. This is the true story of Maura Murray. Maura Murray was a 21-year-old nursing student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. She was intelligent, athletic, and private. Friends described her as disciplined and driven, but also under immense pressure. In the months leading up to her disappearance, Maura's life appeared to be slowly unraveling in subtle ways that did not seem alarming at the time. She had recently transferred schools. She was balancing demanding coursework, clinical training, and personal struggles. There were signs of emotional strain. A minor car accident, a shoplifting incident, phone calls that left her visibly shaken. Nothing criminal, nothing extreme, just the quiet accumulation of stress. On February 9th, 2004, Morra sent emails to her professors stating that there had been a death in her family and that she would be away for a few days. There was no death. She packed her belongings, withdrew nearly all the cash from her bank account, and left campus in her car. No one knew where she was going. Later that evening, Morra's car was found crashed along a rural road in Haverhill, New Hampshire. The damage was minor. The airbags had deployed. There were no skid marks suggesting high speed. A local bus driver stopped and spoke briefly with Morra. She appeared shaken but uninjured. She declined help and said police had already been called. They had not. When officers arrived minutes later, Morra was gone. There were no footprints in the snow leading away from the scene that could be clearly identified. No witnesses reported seeing her leave. No belongings were taken except what she could have carried on her person. Her car was locked. The area was quiet, dark, and cold. She vanished into the night. At first, investigators believed Morra may have left voluntarily. Perhaps she wanted time alone. Perhaps she was avoiding trouble. But as days passed with no contact, concern deepened. Morra had never disappeared before. She had strong ties to her family. She did not pack enough supplies to vanish long term. Search teams combed the surrounding woods. Helicopters scanned the area. Dogs tracked scents that abruptly ended. There was no sign of Morra anywhere near the crash site. Her family refused to give up. Morra's father, Fred Murray, became the driving force behind the search. He returned to the area repeatedly, organizing searches, speaking to the media, and pressing law enforcement for answers. Each year that passed only sharpened his determination. Theories multiplied. Some believed Morra had succumbed to the elements, and her body remained hidden in the dense wilderness. Others believed she had accepted a ride from the wrong person. Some suspected she intended to disappear, though there was no evidence she had the means or desire to do so permanently. The lack of evidence was maddening. No phone activity, no financial records, no confirmed sightings. The road where her car was found had seen traffic that night, yet no one reported seeing Morra after the crash. It was as though she had stepped out of existence. As time passed, the case drew national attention. Independent investigators arrived. Online communities formed. Every detail of Morra's life was examined repeatedly. Innocent moments were scrutinized for hidden meaning. The absence of answers created space for endless speculation. But speculation did not bring closure. What makes this case particularly haunting is how ordinary it feels. There was no dramatic confrontation, no known enemy, no obvious motive. Just a young woman, alone, under stress, making choices that led her to a dark road on a winter night. If Morra walked into the woods, why was nothing found? If she accepted help, who offered it? If she intended to start over, how did she disappear so completely? Years turned into decades. Morra Murray remains missing. Her family continues to wait, to hope, to search. The uncertainty has become its own form of pain, stretching endlessly without resolution. Every unanswered question lingers, suspended in time. This story is not about violence confirmed or guilt proven. It is about the terrifying fragility of routine, about how quickly a normal day can fracture, about how some disappearances do not announce themselves with chaos or noise. They happen quietly. They leave behind absence. And sometimes the most chilling cases are not the ones with clear endings, but the ones that leave us staring into silence, wondering how someone can simply vanish without a trace. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a firefighter who was supposed to protect his community about a series of devastating fires that terrorized a California town, and about how an arson investigation revealed that the person setting the fires was the same person who kept showing up to fight them. In the 1980s and 1990s, a wave of arson fires swept through California, causing millions of dollars in damage and taking multiple lives. The fires seemed random at first, targeting homes, businesses, and retail stores across different cities. Fire investigators struggled to identify a pattern or motive, but they knew they were dealing with a serial arsonist who was becoming more brazen and dangerous with each fire. The arsonist had a signature method. He used a time delay incendiary device that gave him time to leave the scene before the fire started. The device was simple but effective: a cigarette attached to matches with a rubber band. The cigarette would burn down slowly, eventually igniting the matches, which would then ignite whatever flammable materials had been placed nearby. This gave the arsonist a window of several minutes to be far away when the fire actually started. Between 1984 and 1991, this arsonist set nearly 2,000 fires across California. The fires destroyed homes where families slept, retail stores and shopping centers, and even a hardware store where 4 people died trapped inside. The death toll continued to rise, and investigators were under immense pressure to catch the person responsible before more lives were lost. Fire investigators from multiple jurisdictions began working together, sharing information about the fires and looking for connections. They noticed that many of the fires were set in retail stores, often in areas where flammable products were stored. They also noticed that the fires frequently occurred in locations near the arsonist's apparent comfort zone, suggesting he was someone who was familiar with the area. One name that kept appearing in the investigation was John Leonard, or a fire captain and arson investigator for the Glendale Fire Department, or was actually one of the investigators working on the arson cases. He was respected in his field, had written articles about fire investigation, and regularly attended conferences about arson detection. He seemed like the perfect person to help catch the serial arsonist. But investigators began to notice something strange. John had been present at or near many of the fires, either responding as a firefighter or attending in his capacity as an arson investigator. At first, this didn't seem unusual since it was his job to investigate arsons. But the pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Fires seemed to happen in areas where was attending conferences or training sessions. The breakthrough came when investigators discovered that had written a manuscript for a novel about a serial arsonist. The book, titled Points of Origin, told the story of a firefighter who secretly set fires and then investigated them. The details in the fictional account were disturbingly similar to the real fires happening across California. The protagonist in Orr's novel used the same time delay cigarette device that the real arsonist was using. Investigators obtained a search warrant for Orr's home and car. In his vehicle, they found materials that could be used to make incendiary devices, including cigarettes and rubber bands. They also found evidence that had been tracking his own fires, keeping notes about which ones had been successful and which had been discovered before causing significant damage. The evidence was overwhelming. John, the fire captain who was supposed to be catching the arsonist, was actually the arsonist himself. He had been setting fires for years, then showing up to investigate them or fight them, enjoying the chaos and attention that came with each blaze. He had even written a book about it, thinly disguising his own crimes as fiction. In 1992, John was arrested and charged with multiple counts of arson. As investigators dug deeper, they connected him to more and more fires, including the 1984 fire at a hardware store in South Pasadena that had killed 4 people, including a 2-year-old child and her grandmother. The realization that a trusted fire official had been responsible for so much destruction and death shocked the firefighting community. Orr's trial began in 1998. The prosecution presented evidence of the fires, the incendiary devices, and the manuscript that described crimes only the arsonist could know about. They argued that had set fires to create excitement in his life and to make himself seem important as the investigator who could solve these cases. Some experts suggested he had a psychological need for attention and control. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Orr's manuscript was just fiction, not a confession. They claimed that other people could have been responsible for the fires and that Orr was being targeted because he was a fire investigator who had made enemies. But the evidence was too strong and the patterns were too clear. In 1998, John was convicted of 4 counts of ending lives through arson for the hardware store fire that killed 4 people. He was also convicted of multiple other arson charges. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other arsons. In a separate federal trial, he was convicted of additional arson charges and received more prison time. John Orr is currently serving his life sentences in a California state prison. He has maintained his innocence over the years, claiming he was wrongly convicted despite the overwhelming evidence against him. His case became one of the most famous examples of a firefighter arsonist, a phenomenon that, while rare, represents a complete betrayal of public trust. The fires John Orr set destroyed hundreds of homes and businesses and took at least 4 lives. Families lost everything they owned. Children lost parents and grandparents. Communities lived in fear, not knowing when or where the next fire would strike. And all of this destruction was caused by someone who had taken an oath to protect people from fire. The case of John Orr revealed the dark side of someone who became addicted to the excitement and power that came with fire. He couldn't just fight fires, he needed to create them. He couldn't just investigate arsons, he needed to be the arsonist. His need for control and attention led him to betray everything he was supposed to stand for, turning him from a protector into one of California's most destructive criminals. The firefighting community was shaken by Orr's crimes, which damaged public trust in fire departments. But it also led to better screening and psychological evaluation of firefighters and investigators to identify warning signs of this kind of dangerous behavior. John Orr's legacy is one of betrayal, destruction, and lives lost, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes from those we trust most to keep us safe. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular high school athlete who seemed destined for greatness, about a young woman who was found strangled in her apartment, and about how a case that went cold for over 20 years was finally solved when the killer made one careless mistake. In June 1993, 18-year-old Angie Dodge was found dead in her apartment in Idaho Falls, Idaho. She had been brutally attacked and strangled in her own bedroom. The crime scene showed signs of a violent struggle, and evidence suggested she had fought hard against her attacker. The small community of Idaho Falls was shocked that such a terrible crime could happen in their quiet town. Police immediately launched an investigation, collecting evidence from the scene, including DNA samples. In 1993, DNA technology was still relatively new, but investigators preserved the biological evidence, hoping it would eventually help them identify the killer. They interviewed Angie's friends, family, and anyone who might have seen something suspicious around her apartment building. The investigation eventually focused on a young man named Christopher Tapp, who was 18 years old at the time of the crime. Christopher had some connections to people who knew Angie, though he didn't know her well himself. Police brought him in for questioning, and after hours of intense interrogation, Christopher confessed to being involved in Angie's death. But there were immediate problems with Christopher's confession. The details he provided didn't match the evidence from the crime scene. He changed his story multiple times during the interrogation. Most critically, his DNA didn't match the DNA found at the scene. Despite these red flags, prosecutors moved forward with charging Christopher as an accomplice, claiming he had been present during the attack, even if he wasn't the primary perpetrator. In 1998, Christopher Tapp was convicted of being involved in Angie's death and was sentenced to 30 years in prison. He maintained his innocence, saying he had only confessed because police had pressured him and suggested details he should include in his story. But he remained behind bars while the real killer's identity remained unknown. For over 2 decades, Angie Dodge's mother, Carol, worked tirelessly to find the truth about who had really taken her daughter's life. She reviewed the evidence, studied the case files, and became convinced that Christopher Tapp was innocent. She even formed a friendship with Christopher, visiting him in prison and advocating for his release. Carol Dodd wanted justice for her daughter, but she wanted the right person held accountable, not an innocent man. The DNA evidence from the crime scene had never matched Christopher Tapp, and it didn't match anyone in the criminal DNA databases. For years, the case remained partially unsolved. Police had convicted someone they believed was involved, but they knew the DNA belonged to someone else who had never been identified. Then in 2014, Carol Dodge pushed for the case to be reopened and for new DNA testing to be conducted using updated technology. The Idaho Innocence Project also got involved, working to prove Christopher Tapp's innocence. As investigators looked at the case with fresh eyes, it became increasingly clear that Christopher's confession had been coerced and that he had no actual involvement in the crime. In 2019, after serving more than 20 years in prison, Christopher Tapp was released. Prosecutors acknowledged that he should not have been convicted and that the confession had been unreliable. But the question remained: who had actually ended Angie Dodge's life? Investigators decided to use the same genetic genealogy technique that had successfully identified the Golden State Killer. They uploaded the DNA profile from the crime scene to public genealogy databases and began building family trees to identify potential suspects. The process was painstaking, requiring investigators to trace family lines and eliminate relatives one by one. The genetic genealogy work led investigators to a man named Brian Lee Drips, who had been living in Idaho Falls at the time of Angie's death. In fact, Drips had lived in the same apartment complex as Angie, right across the hall from her. He had been there all along, hiding in plain sight for over 25 years. In May 2019, police arrested 53-year-old Brian Drips and charged him with the assault and ending of Angie Dodge's life. When confronted with the DNA evidence, Drips confessed to the crime. He admitted that he had entered Angie's apartment and attacked her, acting alone. Christopher Tapp had never been involved at all. Drips claimed he had been drunk and high on drugs the night of the attack, and said he had gone to Angie's apartment thinking she was someone else he knew. His explanation did little to justify the brutal violence he had inflicted on an innocent young woman. He had taken Angie's life, then lived freely for 26 years while an innocent man sat in prison for his crime. In 2021, Brian Drips pleaded guilty to the charges and was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. He will be eligible for parole after serving 20 years, though there's no guarantee he will ever be released. For Angie's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure, though it couldn't undo the decades of pain and the knowledge that the wrong person had been punished for so long. Carol Dodge, who had fought so hard for the truth, didn't live to see Drips convicted. She passed away in 2019, just months after his arrest. But she knew before she died that her daughter's real killer had finally been identified and that Christopher Tapp had been exonerated. Her determination to find the truth, even when it meant admitting that the original conviction was wrong, was extraordinary. Christopher Tapp has worked to rebuild his life after spending more than 20 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. He has become an advocate for criminal justice reform and for improving interrogation practices to prevent false confessions. His case has become a textbook example of how coercive interrogation techniques can lead innocent people to confess to crimes they didn't commit. Angie Dodge was just 18 years old when her life was stolen from her by a neighbor who saw her as a victim rather than a person. She had graduated from high school just weeks before her death and had her whole future ahead of her. Her case became a cautionary tale about the dangers of tunnel vision in investigations and the importance of DNA evidence in ensuring justice is served. The case also demonstrated the power of genetic genealogy in solving cold cases and the importance of families who refuse to give up searching for truth. Carol Dodge's determination ensured that both her daughter's real killer was caught and an innocent man was freed. While justice came far too late for Angie and took far too long for Christopher Tapp, the truth finally emerged, proving that persistence and advancing technology can eventually overcome even decades of injustice. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young pregnant woman who was excited to meet the person selling baby clothes online, about a horrifying crime that shocked the nation, and about how a seemingly kind stranger turned out to be a monster who wanted to steal more than just possessions. In March 2015, 26-year-old Savannah Graywind was 7 months pregnant and preparing for the arrival of her baby girl. She lived with her parents in an apartment building in Fargo, North Dakota, and was excited about becoming a mother. Savannah was friendly, trusting, and looking forward to starting this new chapter of her life. On August 19, 2017, Savannah told her mother she was going upstairs to help a neighbor with a sewing project. The neighbor was Brooke Cruz, a 38-year-old woman who lived in the apartment directly above the Graywind family. Savannah thought she was just being a good neighbor by helping someone who had asked for assistance. She never came back downstairs. When Savannah didn't return after a reasonable amount of time, her family became worried. Her mother, Norberta, went upstairs to check on her, but received no answer when she knocked on Brooke Cruz's door. Hours passed, and Savannah still hadn't returned. Her parent called her cell phone repeatedly, but there was no answer. By that evening, they knew something was terribly wrong and called the police to report their daughter missing. Police began investigating immediately, interviewing neighbors and trying to establish where Savannah had gone. Brooke Cruz told police that Savannah had come to her apartment, but had left after a short time. She claimed she didn't know where Savannah had gone after that. Police searched the apartment building and the surrounding area, but found no sign of Savannah. The investigation intensified over the next few days. Savannah's family organized search parties, distributed flyers, and made emotional pleas for information. The community rallied around them, desperate to find the missing pregnant woman. Police continued to question neighbors and review any available surveillance footage from the area. Then on August 24th, 5 days after Savannah disappeared, police received information that would crack the case open in the most horrifying way. Brooke Cruz's boyfriend, William Hone, was seen carrying what appeared to be a suspicious package wrapped in a blanket down to a car. A witness reported seeing this strange behavior, and police decided to check on Brooke and William once more. When officers entered the apartment, they found something shocking. There was a newborn baby in the apartment. Brooke claimed the baby was hers, saying she had just given birth. But investigators were immediately suspicious. There was no evidence of a recent birth in the apartment. No medical supplies, no mess, nothing that would indicate a woman had given birth there. The baby appeared to be several days old, not newborn. Police obtained a search warrant and thoroughly searched the apartment and the areas around the building. They found disturbing evidence, including cleaning supplies and signs that something violent had occurred in the apartment. Most devastating of all, they discovered evidence that led them to the Red River, which flows through Fargo. On August 27th, 8 days after Savannah vanished, kayakers found her body wrapped in plastic and hidden in the Red River. The discovery confirmed everyone's worst fears. Savannah Graywind had been taken from her family in the most brutal way imaginable. An autopsy revealed that Savannah had died from homicidal violence, and her baby had been removed from her body. The investigation revealed the horrifying truth about what had happened. Brooke Cruz had been faking a pregnancy for months, showing friends and family what appeared to be a growing belly and talking about her upcoming baby. But she wasn't actually pregnant. She had been planning to steal someone else's baby and claim it as her own. When Savannah came upstairs to help with the sewing project, Brooke attacked her. Using zip ties and other restraints, Brooke subdued Savannah and then performed a crude operation to remove her baby while Savannah was still alive or had just died. The brutality of the crime was almost incomprehensible. Brooke then took the baby and presented her as her own child. William Hone, Brooke's boyfriend, was aware of what had happened and helped cover up the crime. He assisted in disposing of Savannah's body and helped create false stories to tell police. While he claimed he hadn't participated in the actual attack or the removal of the baby, he was complicit in the cover-up and in hiding the evidence. Both Brooke Cruz and William Hone were arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit kidnapping and other related charges. The baby, miraculously, had survived and was physically healthy despite the traumatic circumstances of her birth. She was placed in the custody of Savannah's family, who named her Hazley Jo and have been raising her with love and devotion. Brooke Cruz's trial revealed the extent of her planning and deception. She had been researching how to induce labor and had been acquiring supplies for her plan. She had told elaborate lies to friends and family about her pregnancy, even posting ultrasound images online that weren't hers. When she realized she couldn't maintain the deception any longer, she targeted Savannah, someone vulnerable and trusting who lived in the same building. In February 2018, Brooke Cruz pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit kidnapping, conspiracy to commit murder, and providing false information to law enforcement. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. During her sentencing, she showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why she committed such a horrific act. William Hone went to trial and was convicted of conspiracy to commit kidnapping and lying to authorities about what happened. While the jury found he didn't directly participate in taking Savannah's life, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving a minimum sentence for his role in the crime and cover-up. The case led to the passage of Savannah's Act, federal legislation aimed at improving coordination between federal, state, and tribal law enforcement to address the crisis of missing and murdered indigenous women. Savannah was a member of the Spirit Lake tribe, and her case highlighted the disproportionate violence faced by Native American women. Savannah Graywin's family has been raising Hazley Joe, ensuring that she knows about her mother and the love Savannah had for her even before she was born. They've shared photos and stories, creating a connection between Hazley and the mother she'll never get to meet. The little girl is growing up surrounded by family who love her and honor her mother's memory. Savannah Graywind was a young woman who should have experienced the joy of holding her baby for the first time, of watching her daughter grow, and of all the moments that make motherhood special. Instead, her life was stolen by someone who saw her as nothing more than a means to get what she wanted. The crime was so brutal and senseless that it's difficult to comprehend how one person could do such a thing to another. Savannah's memory lives on through her daughter and through the legislation that bears her name, helping to protect other indigenous women from similar fates. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly perfect military family, about a pregnant woman and her two daughters who were brutally taken from their home, and about how a respected Army officer's secret life led to one of the most shocking crimes to ever occur on an American military base. In December 2008, 34-year-old Erin Corwin lived with her husband John at the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms, California. Wait, let me tell you a different story. In February 1970, Colette McDonald and her two young daughters, 5-year-old Kimberly and 2-year-old Kristen, were found deceased in their home at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Colette was pregnant with her third child. The scene was one of unimaginable violence. All three had been attacked with multiple weapons. The house showed signs of a struggle, with furniture overturned and blood throughout several rooms. The person who reported the crime was Colette's husband, Dr. Jeffrey McDonald, a Green Beret physician and captain in the Army. When military police arrived, they found Jeffrey wounded but alive. He had been stabbed in the chest, though his injuries were not life-threatening. He told investigators an incredible story about what had happened that night. Jeffrey claimed that he had fallen asleep on the living room couch while watching television. He said he was awakened by screaming and saw 4 intruders in his home. He described them as 3 men and 1 woman. The woman had long blonde hair and was wearing a floppy hat. She was carrying a candle and chanting something that sounded like acid is groovy and kill the pigs. According to Jeffrey, the intruders attacked him, and he struggled with them before being knocked unconscious. When he came to, he found his wife and daughters had been attacked. He said he tried to give his wife mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and called for help. His story had eerie similarities to the recent Manson family killings in California, which have been all over the news. Military investigators immediately began examining the crime scene and Jeffrey's account. They found troubling inconsistencies almost from start. The physical evidence didn't match Jeffrey's story about struggling with multiple intruders. His pajama top had been torn and was found covering Colette's body, but the way it had been damaged didn't align with his description of the attack. Investigators noticed that while the house looked chaotic, certain things seemed staged. A coffee table was on its side, but magazines that had been on the table were still neatly stacked. The word pig had been written in blood on the headboard of the master bedroom, similar to the Manson murders, but it seemed theatrical rather than genuine. Jeffrey's injuries were also suspicious. While he had been stabbed, the wound was relatively superficial and had missed all vital organs. His wife and children had suffered dozens of brutal wounds from multiple weapons, including a knife and an ice pick, Yet Jeffrey's single stab wound appeared almost surgical in its precision and lack of severity. Most damning was the physical evidence involving Jeffrey's pajama top. Forensic analysis showed that the fabric had been damaged in a way that suggested Colette had been wearing it or it had been draped over her when she was stabbed. The holes in the fabric lined up with her wounds. This directly contradicted Jeffrey's claim that he had been wearing the top during his struggle with intruders. Investigators also found fibers from Jeffrey's pajama top under Kimberly's fingernails and throughout the crime scene in ways that didn't match his version of events. The evidence suggested Jeffrey had been present when his family was attacked, not lying unconscious in another room. In May 1970, the military charged Jeffrey McDonald with the deaths of his wife and daughters. However, the charges were dropped in October 1970 due to insufficient evidence, and Jeffrey was honorably discharged from the Army. He moved to California and resumed his medical career, becoming a successful emergency room physician. But the case wasn't closed. Colette's stepfather, Freddie Kassab, had initially supported Jeffrey, but became convinced over time that his son-in-law was guilty. Kassab conducted his own investigation and pressured authorities to reopen the case. He collected evidence and wouldn't let the case be forgotten. In 1974, a federal grand jury was convened to examine the case. After hearing testimony and reviewing evidence, they indicted Jeffrey McDonald on 3 counts of ending life. His trial finally began in July 1979, nearly a decade after the crimes occurred. The trial lasted 7 weeks and became a media sensation. The prosecution presented detailed forensic evidence showing that Jeffrey's story was impossible. They demonstrated how the pajama top evidence proved he had been present during the attacks on his family. They showed that his wounds were inconsistent with the violent struggle he described. The prosecution also presented a possible motive. Evidence suggested that Jeffrey's marriage was not as perfect as he claimed. There were hints that he had been having affairs and that the responsibilities of family life were weighing on him. They theorized that an argument had escalated into violence, possibly starting with one of the children, and had spiraled out of control. Jeffrey maintained his innocence throughout the trial. He insisted that intruders had committed the crimes and that he was being railroaded by a justice system that needed to blame someone. His defense team argued that the investigation had been flawed from the beginning and that evidence had been mishandled. In August 1979, Jeffrey McDonald was found guilty on 1 count of first-degree ending of life for Colette and 2 counts of second-degree ending of life for Kimberly and Kristen. He was sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms. He has been in federal prison ever since. For over 4 decades, Jeffrey McDonald has maintained his innocence and filed numerous appeals. He has claimed that new evidence supports his story of intruders, pointing to various leads that were supposedly not properly investigated. He has written books and given interviews declaring his innocence. But every appeal has been denied, and courts have consistently found that the evidence of his guilt remains overwhelming. The case inspired a best-selling book called Fatal Vision by Joe McGinnis, which was later made into a television miniseries. The book presented a damning portrait of Jeffrey McDonald as a narcissist who killed his family and then constructed an elaborate lie to cover it up. Colette McDonald was pregnant and had her whole life ahead of her. Kimberly was a bright kindergartner. Kristen was a playful toddler. All 3 were attacked in their own home, the place where they should have been safest. The evidence suggests they were killed by the person who should have protected them above all others. Jeffrey McDonald, now in his 80s, remains in federal prison. He continues to claim innocence, but the physical evidence that convicted him has never been successfully challenged. The case stands as one of the most notorious family annihilation cases in American history, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers in the night, but from within the family itself. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly devoted mother who shocked the world, about 5 children who died under mysterious circumstances, and about how a woman used her own babies to gain sympathy and attention in one of Australia's most disturbing cases of medical deception and elimination. In the 1990s, Kathleen Folbig was known in her Australian community as an unlucky mother who had tragically lost multiple children to sudden infant death syndrome. Between 1989 and 1999, all four of Kathleen's children died in infancy or early childhood under similar circumstances. Each child had been found unresponsive, and each death was initially attributed to natural causes or SIDS. But the pattern would eventually reveal something far more sinister. Kathleen's first child, Caleb, was born in February 1989. He was a healthy baby boy who seemed to be developing normally. But on February 20th, 1989, when Caleb was just 19 days old, Kathleen found him dead in his crib. The death was ruled as sudden infant death syndrome, a tragic but not uncommon occurrence. Kathleen and her husband Craig grieved the loss and eventually decided to try for another child. Their second child, Patrick, was born in June 1990. Patrick seemed healthy at first, but at 4 months old, he suddenly stopped breathing and suffered seizures. He survived, but was left with severe brain damage and blindness. He lived for 8 more months before passing away in February 1991. Doctors attributed his initial episode to epilepsy, and his death was considered a result of his neurological problems. Despite losing 2 children, Kathleen and Craig tried again. Their daughter Sarah was born in October 1992. Sarah appeared to be a healthy, thriving baby. But on August 30th, 1993, when Sarah was 10 months old, Kathleen found her dead in her crib. Once again, the death was attributed to SIDS. The family had now lost 3 children, and people in their community felt tremendous sympathy for the couple who seemed cursed with unimaginable bad luck. In 1996, Kathleen gave birth to another daughter, Laura. For a while, it seemed Laura might break the tragic pattern. She survived past the age when her siblings had died. She celebrated her first birthday, then her second. But on March 1st, 1999, when Laura was 19 months old, Kathleen called emergency services saying Laura had stopped breathing. Paramedics tried to revive her, but Laura was pronounced dead. The death of a 4th child finally raised serious suspicions among medical professionals and investigators. While losing 1 or even 2 children to SIDS was tragic, but possible, losing 4 children was statistically almost impossible. Something wasn't right, and authorities began investigating whether these deaths were truly natural or if something more sinister had occurred. Craig Folbig had also begun to suspect his wife. Their marriage had deteriorated after Laura's death, and Craig was struggling with the loss of all 4 of his children. In 1999, he discovered Kathleen's personal diaries hidden in their home. What he read in those diaries horrified him. Kathleen had written entries that seemed to hint at guilt and responsibility for the children's deaths. In the diaries, Kathleen wrote things like, "I feel like the worst mother on this earth," and made references to losing her temper with the children. One entry mentioned her rage and frustration with the babies. Another entry seemed to suggest she was responsible for their deaths, though the language was sometimes ambiguous. Craig took the diaries to police, and they became crucial evidence in the investigation. In 2001, Kathleen Folbig was arrested and charged with taking the lives of all 4 of her children. Prosecutors argued that she had smothered each child during moments of frustration and anger, then staged the scenes to look like natural deaths. The diary entries were presented as evidence of her guilt and state of mind. The trial began in 2003 and captured national attention in Australia. Medical experts testified about the improbability of 4 children from the same family dying of natural causes. Prosecutors argued that Kathleen had a pattern of violence against her children when they cried or became difficult, and that she had suffocated them to stop their crying. The defense argued that the diary entries were simply the expressions of a grieving mother who felt guilty and questioned herself, as many parents do when tragedy strikes. They pointed out that there was no direct physical evidence of smothering and that rare genetic conditions could potentially explain the deaths. But the combination of the diary entries, the statistical improbability of 4 SIDS deaths in one family, and testimony about Kathleen's behavior convinced the jury. In May 2003, Kathleen Folbig was found guilty of 3 counts of ending life for Caleb, Patrick, and Sarah, and 1 count of manslaughter for Laura. She was sentenced to 40 years in prison with a non-parole period of 30 years. For years, Kathleen maintained her innocence from prison. She insisted her children had died of natural causes and that her diary entries were being misinterpreted. Some scientists and legal experts began to question the conviction, arguing that the case had relied too heavily on statistical arguments about SIDS that weren't scientifically sound. In 2018 and 2019, new genetic testing was conducted on the children's remains. Scientists discovered that Sarah and Laura carried a rare genetic mutation called COM2 that can cause sudden cardiac death in infants. This discovery raised questions about whether the girls might have died from natural causes after all. Further investigation revealed that Kathleen herself carried genetic variants that could cause heart problems. Some experts argued this new evidence supported the possibility that at least some of the deaths were natural, not elimination. In 2021, an inquiry was held to review the case. After examining all the evidence, including the new genetic findings, the inquiry found there was reasonable doubt about Kathleen's guilt. In June 2023, after spending 20 years in prison, Kathleen Folbig was pardoned and released. Her convictions were later overturned entirely. The case of Kathleen Folbig remains controversial. Some people believe the genetic evidence proves she was wrongly convicted and that her children died of natural causes. Others believe she was guilty and that the new evidence doesn't explain all 4 deaths. The truth about what happened to Caleb, Patrick, Sarah, and Laura may never be fully known. What is certain is that 4 children died tragically young, a family was destroyed, and a woman spent 2 decades in prison for crimes she may or may not have committed. The case highlighted the dangers of convicting people based on statistical improbability rather than solid physical evidence, and showed how scientific understanding can evolve and change our interpretation of past events. Whether Kathleen Folbig was a killer or a victim of wrongful conviction, the tragedy of 4 young lives lost remains at the heart of this deeply disturbing case. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a teacher who betrayed her students, about innocence exploited in the cruelest way, and about how those entrusted with protecting children can sometimes be the very ones who destroy them. In the classrooms of Seattle, Washington, where children should have been learning and growing in safety, a 6th grade teacher was grooming one of her 12-year-old students for a relationship that would shock the nation. She presented herself as a dedicated educator, young and enthusiastic about teaching, but she was systematically manipulating a vulnerable boy, crossing boundaries that should have been sacred, transforming a position of trust into an instrument of abuse. This is the story of Mary Kay Letourneau, a 34-year-old elementary school teacher who in 1996 began a sexual relationship with her 12-year-old student Billy Foileau. She became pregnant with a child while he was still in 6th grade, was arrested and convicted of child rape, then violated her parole to continue the relationship, becoming pregnant again. She served 7 years in prison and after her release, shockingly married her victim when he turned 18. Their relationship lasted until her death in 2020, but it began as child sexual abuse that was romanticized by media coverage that should have called it what it was, a crime. Mary Catherine Schmitz was born on January 30th, 1962, in Tustin, California. She came from a prominent Catholic family. Her father was a politician who served in the U.S. House of Representatives, and her mother was a fervent anti-abortion activist. Mary Kay grew up in an environment of rigid religious values and public scrutiny, where appearance and reputation mattered above all else. Despite the outward respectability, Mary Kay's childhood was troubled. Her father was later revealed to have had affairs and illegitimate children, creating a family environment built on hypocrisy and hidden shame. Mary Kay learned early that public image mattered more than private truth, that respectable facades could conceal moral failures. Mary Kay attended Catholic schools and seemed to be following a conventional path. She married her college boyfriend Steve Letourneau, had 4 children with him, and became an elementary school teacher. To those who knew her, she seemed like a devoted mother and enthusiastic educator. But her marriage was troubled, and she was unhappy with her life, feeling trapped by responsibilities and unfulfilled expectations. In 1996, Mary Kay was teaching sixth grade at Shorewood Elementary School in Seattle. Among her students was 12-year-old Villy Foileau, a quiet boy from a troubled family. Villy's home life was chaotic, with an absent father and a mother struggling with her own issues. He was vulnerable, seeking attention and validation that he was not receiving at home. Mary Kay began paying special attention to Villy, praising his artwork and spending time with him after school. What she claimed was mentoring was actually grooming, the systematic process predators use to break down boundaries and prepare victims for abuse. She isolated him from other students, created situations where they would be alone together, and convinced him that their relationship was special and unique. By summer 1996, Mary Kay and Villy were having sexual contact. She was a 34-year-old married mother of four. He was a 12-year-old child who could not legally consent to any sexual activity with an adult. The relationship was statutory rape under Washington law, a crime that recognized children cannot consent to sex with adults regardless of what they might say or believe. Mary Kay became pregnant with Villy's child in late 1996. When she gave birth in May 1997, the situation could no longer be hidden. Police were notified and began investigating. Mary Kay was arrested and charged with 2 counts of second-degree child rape. During her trial, Mary Kay claimed she was in love with Villy and that their relationship was consensual. Her attorneys attempted to portray it as a love story rather than abuse. But prosecutors argued correctly that a 12-year-old cannot consent to sex with an adult, that the power imbalance between teacher and student made consent impossible, and that Mary Kay had exploited her position of authority to sexually abuse a child in her care. Mary Kay pleaded guilty to 2 counts of second-degree child rape in August 1997. She was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison, but the judge suspended all but 6 months on the condition that she have no contact with Villy. She was released in January 1998 with strict orders to stay away from her victim. Within weeks of her release, Mary Kay violated her parole by meeting with Villy. Police found them together in a car in February 1998. She was immediately arrested and sent back to prison to serve her full sentence. She was also pregnant again with Villy's second child, conceived during her brief period of freedom. Mary Kay served 7 years in prison, giving birth to her second daughter by Villy while incarcerated. During this time, media coverage of the case was disturbing in how it romanticized the relationship. Some outlets portrayed it as a forbidden love story rather than what it was, an adult sexually abusing a child. This coverage minimized the crime and normalized predatory behavior when the perpetrator was an attractive woman and the victim was a boy. Mary Kay was released from prison in 2004 when Villy was 21 years old. Shockingly, the two resumed their relationship and married in 2005. They stayed together for 15 years, raising their 2 daughters. To some, this seemed to validate the relationship, proof that it was genuine love rather than abuse. But psychologists and child protection advocates argued that Villy had been groomed from such a young age that his perception of the relationship was fundamentally warped by the abuse. Mary Kay Letourneau died of cancer on July 6, 2020, at age 58. Villy separated from her before her death, finally gaining distance from the woman who had abused him as a child. In interviews after her death, he acknowledged the relationship had been inappropriate and that he had been victimized, though he struggled to fully process and articulate the abuse he had experienced. The Mary Kay Letourneau case exposed serious double standards in how society views sexual abuse. When male teachers abuse female students, they are rightfully called predators and pedophiles. But when female teachers abuse male students, the crimes are often minimized with language like affair or relationship, as if a child can have an affair with an adult. The case also revealed how victims of abuse can be so thoroughly groomed that they defend their abusers and even continue relationships with them into adulthood. This does not make the abuse less real or less damaging. It demonstrates how profoundly predators can warp their victims' understanding of healthy relationships. Mary Kay Letourneau was not a romantic figure or a woman who fell in love inappropriately. She was a child predator who used her position of authority to sexually abuse a vulnerable 12-year-old boy, destroyed his childhood, and warped his development so thoroughly that he could not escape her influence even as an adult. Her story is not a love story. It is a crime story about a teacher who betrayed every principle of her profession and a system that failed to protect a child from his abuser. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about ambition twisted into violence, about a woman who wanted fame at any cost, and about how desperation for recognition can transform into murderous rage. In the glittering world of professional figure skating, where athletes dedicate their lives to perfection and competition is fierce, a rivalry was escalating beyond normal bounds. Two skaters were competing for spots on the 1994 U.S. Olympic team, but one was willing to cross lines that should never be crossed to eliminate her competition. What followed would become one of the most infamous attacks in sports history. This is the story of Tanya Harding and the attack on Nancy Kerrigan. On January 6, 1994, as Nancy practiced at a skating rink in Detroit, a man approached her after she left the ice and struck her knee with a metal baton. The attack was designed to injure her badly enough to force her withdrawal from the upcoming national championships and Olympic trials. The assailant was hired by Tanya's ex-husband Jeff Gillooly and her bodyguard Sean Eckhart, and evidence suggested Tanya knew about and approved the plan. The attack failed to end Nancy's career, but it ended Tanya's destroyed reputations and revealed how far some will go to achieve their dreams. Tanya Maxine Harding was born on November 12, 1970, in Portland, Oregon. Her childhood was marked by poverty and abuse that shaped her aggressive, combative personality. Her mother, Lavana, was brutal, physically and emotionally abusing Tanya throughout her childhood. She would beat her daughter, mock her appearance, and push her relentlessly in skating while never offering praise or affection. Tanya's family was poor, struggling to afford skating lessons and equipment. This made her an outsider in the elite world of figure skating, where most competitors came from wealthy families who could afford the best coaches and training. Tanya wore homemade costumes while her competitors wore expensive designer outfits. She felt judged and dismissed by skating officials who valued elegance and refinement, qualities Tanya's rough background had not provided. But Tanya had undeniable athletic ability. She was powerful and aggressive, landing jumps other female skaters could not. In 1991, she became the first American woman to land a triple axel in competition, a feat requiring tremendous strength and technical skill. This should have made her a star, but judges consistently scored her lower than competitors with more polished presentations. Tanya's personal life was chaotic. She married Jeff Gillooly when she was 19, beginning a volatile relationship marked by domestic violence. Jeff was controlling and abusive, and Tanya was trapped in a cycle she did not know how to escape. The abuse she had experienced from her mother had normalized violence in relationships. By 1993, Tanya's skating career was declining. She was 23, old for a figure skater, and her technical skills were offset by presentation scores that judges kept artificially low. Meanwhile, Nancy Kerrigan was emerging as America's skating sweetheart. Nancy was elegant, beautiful, and came from a working-class background that made her relatable. She was everything Tanya was not, and she was winning. Tanya became obsessed with Nancy, seeing her as the obstacle between herself and Olympic glory. In Tanya's mind, if Nancy were eliminated, she would make the Olympic team and finally receive the recognition she deserved. This obsession transformed into a conspiracy to injure Nancy badly enough to force her withdrawal from competition. Tanya's ex-husband Jeff and her bodyguard Sean began planning the attack in late 1993. They hired Shane Stant to carry out the assault and Derek Smith to drive the getaway car. The plan was crude but effective. Wait for Nancy to finish practice, approach her when she was vulnerable, and strike her knee hard enough to cause serious injury. On January 6, 1994, at the Cobo Arena in Detroit, Shane Stant waited for Nancy to finish practicing. As she walked through a corridor talking to her father, Shane rushed up and struck her right knee with a metal baton. He fled before anyone could stop him. Nancy collapsed, crying in pain and confusion, repeatedly asking why someone would do this to her. The attack made international headlines immediately. Nancy was America's sweetheart, and the brutal assault shocked the sports world. Investigators began working to identify the assailant and determine if this was a random attack or something more sinister. Within days, the conspiracy unraveled. Sean Eckhart, Tanya's bodyguard, began talking to people about his involvement, unable to resist bragging about the crime. Investigators traced phone records connecting Tanya's camp to the attacker. Jeff, Sean, Shane, and Derek were all arrested and confessed, each implicating the others. The question became, what did Tanya know and when did she know it? Evidence suggested she knew about the attack beforehand and may have helped plan it, though she denied this. After the attack, she definitely knew who was responsible, but said nothing to authorities, making her complicit even if she had not initiated the plan. Nancy recovered more quickly than expected. Her knee was bruised, but not permanently damaged. She competed at the national championships in February and placed second. Tanya won the event, but the victory was overshadowed by the investigation. Both were named to the Olympic team, setting up a dramatic confrontation in Lillehammer, Norway. At the 1994 Winter Olympics, the focus was on Tanya and Nancy rather than the competition itself. Nancy skated beautifully and won the silver medal. Tanya's performance was disastrous, hampered by equipment problems and the pressure of the scandal. She finished 8th. After the Olympics, Tanya pleaded guilty to conspiring to hinder prosecution for not reporting what she knew about the attack. She received 3 years probation, was fined, and was banned for life from competitive figure skating. Her accomplices received prison sentences ranging from 18 months to 2 years. Nancy continued skating professionally and became a commentator and analyst. Her career recovered, though the attack remains the event most associated with her name. Tanya's life after skating was troubled, marked by various attempts to achieve fame through boxing, reality television, and other ventures. The attack on Nancy Kerrigan stands as one of sport's most shocking moments, revealing how far ambition can push people beyond moral boundaries. Tanya Harding destroyed her own career and reputation in an attempt to eliminate competition, proving that sometimes the most dangerous opponent is not the one across the ice, but the desperation and rage within yourself that convinces you violence is the answer to your problems. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about obsession, manipulation, and how a desire for control can turn an ordinary life into a nightmare. This is the story of Ariel Castro, a man whose quiet presence masked unspeakable evil and the crimes that shocked a city, a nation, and ultimately the world. Ariel Castro was born on July 24, 1960, in Cleveland, Ohio, to Puerto Rican parents. His early life was difficult. His father was reportedly strict and sometimes abusive, and the family struggled financially. Ariel had an older brother and 2 sisters, and those closest to him described him as shy, withdrawn, and emotionally unstable. From a young age, he exhibited signs of possessiveness and control, though few realized how far these tendencies would later escalate. As a teenager, Castro was considered socially awkward. He struggled in school and often kept to himself. While some classmates described him as polite and courteous, others noticed his temper and his obsession with asserting dominance over situations he could control. He later worked as a bus driver for the Cleveland Transit System, a job that gave him access to the city and allowed him to blend into everyday life while planning darker acts in secret. In the early 1990s, Castro's life took a seemingly ordinary turn. He married, had children, and bought a house in a quiet Cleveland neighborhood. Friends and neighbors saw a family man, someone who appeared caring and stable. But behind closed doors, a darker side of his personality was developing, fueled by a desire to control and dominate. In 2002, Ariel Castro's obsession turned horrific. He began targeting young women in the Cleveland area, luring them into his home with promises of friendship, work opportunities, or help. Once inside, his charm disappeared, replaced by a chilling need for control and domination. Castro kidnapped Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus over a period spanning from 2002 to 2004. Each woman was held captive for years in his house, subjected to unimaginable abuse, and stripped of any autonomy. Michelle Knight was the first victim. On August 23, 2002, she was 21 years old when Castro abducted her. He held her for over a decade, convincing her that no one could help her and isolating her completely. 2 years later, he kidnapped Amanda Berry, then 16, and in 2004, Gina De Jesus, age 14. Each woman was subjected to physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, all under Castro's careful control. He installed locks and barricades, removed phone lines, and constantly monitored their movements, creating an environment of fear and helplessness. The house itself became a prison, with secret rooms, padlocks, and surveillance to ensure the victims could not escape. Castro manipulated them psychologically, alternating between cruelty and false kindness to maintain control. He allowed the women to move only under his supervision, forbade contact with the outside world, and created a system where they were entirely dependent on him. For over a decade, the women endured this captivity, surviving through resilience, small acts of defiance, and the hope that someone, someday, would notice their absence. Outside, neighbors in the community noticed nothing unusual. Castro presented himself as a normal man, driving his bus, working, and interacting politely with neighbors. His crimes went unnoticed because he was careful, calculated, and able to hide in plain sight. The breakthrough came on May 6, 2013. Amanda Berry, pregnant at the time, managed to escape when Castro left a door unlocked. She ran down the street, screaming for help, and neighbors intervened. Police arrived and discovered Michelle Knight and Gina De Jesus still confined in the house. The rescue shocked Cleveland and the entire nation, revealing the true extent of Castro's cruelty. Authorities investigated the house and found evidence of the horrific abuse the women had endured. They discovered physical restraints, damaged doors, and evidence of prolonged captivity. The women described years of psychological torment, repeated sexual assaults, and the constant fear of death. Castro's careful planning and ability to maintain a facade of normalcy made the revelations even more disturbing. He had lived among neighbors, friends, and co-workers for years while committing acts of unimaginable cruelty in his own home. Ariel Castro was arrested and charged with kidnapping, rape, and murder charges related to the abuse. During the legal proceedings, prosecutors highlighted not only the physical and sexual abuse, but also the psychological manipulation, control, and terror Castro had imposed. In July 2013, he pled guilty to 937 criminal counts, including aggravated murder for the death of a fetus born by Amanda Berry. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 1,000 years, a sentence designed to ensure he would never be free again. The story of Ariel Castro shocked the world, not only because of the crimes themselves, but because of how someone who seemed ordinary, even kind on the surface, could commit such horrors in secrecy. Psychologists examining the case later noted patterns of extreme control, narcissism, and sadism, combined with the ability to mask true intentions behind charm and civility. Castro's actions became a case study in how predators can hide in plain sight, exploiting trust, routine, and societal assumptions about normalcy. The aftermath of the case focused on the resilience of the victims. Michelle Knight, Amanda Berry, and Gina De Jesus rebuilt their lives, becoming advocates for survivors of abuse and kidnapping. Their courage and strength highlighted the human capacity to survive even the most unimaginable trauma. Meanwhile, Cleveland and the nation grappled with the horrifying realization that someone living among them had committed such calculated, prolonged evil. The Ariel Castro case remains one of the most disturbing modern crimes in U.S. history, demonstrating the danger of obsession, the extremes of psychological manipulation, and the terrifying truth that evil can exist behind the most ordinary of doors. It is a story of horror, yes, but also of survival, resilience, and the unbreakable human spirit, showing that even in the darkest situations, hope and courage can prevail. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about greed disguised as care, about a man who exploited the most vulnerable, and about how trust placed in medical professionals can become a weapon in the wrong hands. In the healthcare facilities of Ohio and Kentucky during the 1980s, a respiratory therapist was moving quietly through intensive care units in the early morning hours. He was trusted, credentialed, and seemed dedicated to his work. But Donald Harvey was using his access to vulnerable patients to commit crimes that would eventually earn him the grim title of one of America's most prolific medical murderers. This is the story of Donald Harvey, who between 1970 and 1987 ended the lives of at least 37 patients in his care, though he confessed to 87 cases across multiple hospitals. He used various methods, including administering toxic substances, tampering with medical equipment, and introducing contaminants into feeding tubes. His crimes went undetected for 17 years as he moved between facilities, his victims' passings attributed to their underlying medical conditions. His capture in 1987 exposed catastrophic failures in hospital oversight and patient safety protocols. Donald Harvey was born on April 15, 1952, in Butler County, Ohio. His childhood was troubled, marked by alleged abuse that he later claimed shaped his psychology. He struggled in school and had difficulty maintaining relationships. He was quiet and withdrawn, showing little emotion or connection to others around him. Harvey dropped out of high school and joined the Air Force, but his military career was brief. He received a medical discharge after attempting self-harm and showing signs of psychological distress. He returned to Ohio and drifted through various jobs before finding work in healthcare, first as an orderly and later training as a respiratory therapist. Harvey began working at Marymount Hospital in Kentucky in 1970 when he was just 18 years old. Within months of starting this job, patients began experiencing unexpected complications and passings. Harvey later confessed that he ended the lives of at least 15 patients during his time at Marymount, using various methods including smothering and introducing substances into their systems. His stated motivation varied. Sometimes he claimed he was providing mercy to suffering patients. Other times he admitted he killed because patients were difficult or because he was bored. Psychological evaluations would later reveal he derived satisfaction from having power over life and situations, and that he showed classic signs of severe personality disorders. Harvey moved to Cincinnati and found work at the VA Medical Center, where he worked from 1975 to 1985. During this decade, he continued his pattern, ending the lives of numerous patients. He became more sophisticated in his methods, using substances that were difficult to detect and varying his approaches to avoid pattern recognition. He administered cyanide, arsenic, and other toxic materials. He tampered with medical equipment and contaminated feeding systems. The victims were primarily elderly veterans receiving care for serious medical conditions. When they experienced complications or passed away, staff attributed it to their underlying health problems. Harvey was careful to target patients whose conditions made sudden decline plausible. He kept detailed mental records of his activities, but left no written evidence that might incriminate him. Hospital staff never suspected Harvey during his decade at the VA facility. He was seen as a competent, reliable employee who showed up for shifts and did his work. He was quiet and unremarkable, the kind of person who blended into the background. This invisibility allowed him to continue his activities undetected year after year. In 1985, Harvey moved to Drake Hospital in Cincinnati, where he worked in the cardiac care unit. He continued his pattern of harming patients, but here his activities would finally be discovered. In March 1987, a patient named John Powell passed away unexpectedly. Powell's family insisted on an autopsy despite doctors attributing the passing to natural causes. The autopsy revealed high levels of cyanide in Powell's system. This discovery prompted investigation into other recent passings at Drake Hospital. Authorities began examining patterns and discovered suspicious circumstances in multiple cases. When investigators looked into who had access to all the affected patients, Harvey emerged as the common factor. Harvey was questioned by police in March 1987. Initially, he denied involvement, but when confronted with evidence, he began confessing. What started as admission to one or two cases expanded into a detailed confession spanning 17 years and multiple facilities. Harvey provided information about dozens of victims, describing methods and motivations with disturbing casualness. Authorities were shocked by the scope of his admissions. Harvey confessed to ending the lives of patients at multiple hospitals where he had worked. He described using cyanide, arsenic, contaminated solutions, and other methods. He admitted that some victims had been suffering, and he claimed to provide mercy, but many were not terminally ill and could have recovered with proper care. Harvey's trial in 1987 resulted in multiple convictions. Rather than face potential death sentences in Kentucky for murders committed there, he agreed to plead guilty to Ohio charges in exchange for life sentences. He was convicted of 37 cases in Ohio and received multiple consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be released. During sentencing, families of victims expressed their anguish at learning their loved ones have been intentionally harmed by someone entrusted with their care. Many have been told their family members passed from natural disease progression, never suspecting foul play until Harvey's confession revealed the truth. The Harvey case exposed serious gaps in hospital safety protocols. There were insufficient controls on access to dangerous substances, inadequate monitoring of patient outcomes by individual staff members, and poor coordination between facilities regarding problem employees. Hospitals had no system for tracking suspicious patterns across institutions. Following Harvey's conviction, healthcare facilities implemented significant reforms. These included better medication security, enhanced monitoring of patient outcomes, systematic review of unexpected complications, and databases to track concerning patterns across multiple employers. These changes came too late for Harvey's victims, but helped protect future patients. Donald Harvey remained imprisoned in Ohio until March 30th, 2017, when he was attacked and fatally injured by another inmate. He was 64 years old. He had spent 30 years in prison, longer than his 17-year career as a healthcare worker who betrayed every principle of his profession. His case stands as a dark reminder that predators can infiltrate helping professions, that trust can be exploited, and that vulnerable patients depend on systems that must be constantly vigilant to protect them from those who see caregiving not as a calling, but as an opportunity to satisfy pathological needs for power and control. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a friendship that became fatal, about jealousy that festered into violence, and about how toxic relationships can lead young people down paths from which there's no return. In the suburbs of New Jersey during the summer of 2011, two teenage girls were inseparable best friends who shared everything. Rachel Schoaf and Shalia Eddy had known each other since elementary school, forming a bond that seemed unbreakable. But when a third girl entered their friendship circle, the dynamics shifted in dangerous ways. What began as typical teenage jealousy and social drama would escalate into a crime that shocked the nation. This is the story of the elimination of Skylar Neese. On July 6, 2012, 16-year-old Skylar sneaked out of her bedroom window at midnight to meet her two best friends, Rachel and Shalia. The girls drove to a remote area in Pennsylvania where Rachel and Shalia attacked Skylar, stabbing her repeatedly and leaving her body in the woods. For 6 months, the two girls maintained their innocence, helping search for Skylar and posting tributes on social media. Their confession revealed they had ended their friend's life simply because they no longer wanted to be friends with her. Rachel Schoaf was born in 1996 in West Virginia. She grew up in a religious household where her parents were involved in their local church. Rachel was intelligent and did well in school, participating in activities and appearing to be a normal, well-adjusted teenager. But beneath the surface, she struggled with anxiety and a desperate need for approval from her peers. Shalia Eddy was also born in 1996, growing up in Morgantown, West Virginia. She came from a working-class family and was known for being outgoing and popular. Shalia was the dominant personality in her friendships, someone who liked to be in control and became upset when things did not go her way. Skylar Neese was born in 1996 to loving parents who doted on their only child. She was bright, funny, and had dreams of attending college and building a successful future. She considered Rachel and Shalia her closest friends and trusted them completely. The three girls met in elementary school and became close during their early teenage years. They spent countless hours together, having sleepovers, sharing secrets, and navigating the complicated social world of high school. But by 2012, tensions were developing in the friendship. Rachel and Shalia had become romantically involved with each other, a relationship they wanted to keep secret. Skylar knew about their relationship, and Rachel and Shalia worried she might reveal their secret. Additionally, typical teenage drama about jealousy, perceived slights, and shifting social dynamics created resentment. Rather than simply ending the friendship or accepting that they were growing apart, Rachel and Shalia began discussing a more permanent solution. They planned to eliminate Skylar, believing this would solve their problems and prevent her from revealing their secrets or causing them social difficulties. On the night of July 5th, 2012, Rachel and Shalia contacted Skylar and arranged to pick her up at midnight. Skylar sneaked out of her bedroom window, something she had done before to hang out with friends. Security cameras captured her getting into Shalia's car, with Rachel already inside. It was the last time Skylar would be seen alive. The girls drove across the state line into Pennsylvania to a remote wooded area they had selected in advance. They had brought knives and cleaning supplies, showing premeditation. Once they arrived at the isolated location, Rachel and Shalia attacked Skylar simultaneously, stabbing her repeatedly. Skylar fought for her life but was overpowered by the two attackers. After Skylar passed away, Rachel and Shalia hid her body in the woods, covering it with branches and debris. They cleaned blood from themselves and the car, disposed of evidence, and returned home. The next morning, they began acting as if nothing had happened. When Skylar's parents discovered she was missing, they immediately contacted police. Rachel and Shalia participated in the search, posting messages on social media asking for Skylar's safe return. They gave statements to police claiming they had dropped Skylar off at the end of her street after driving around for a while, and that she had gotten into another car with unknown people. For months, the investigation focused on the possibility that Skylar had run away or been abducted by strangers. But investigators became increasingly suspicious of Rachel and Shalia. Their stories had inconsistencies, and their behavior seemed wrong. Cell phone records and social media activity raised questions about their accounts of that night. The pressure of maintaining the deception wore on Rachel. She was experiencing severe anxiety and guilt. In December 2012, 6 months after the incident, Rachel broke down and confessed to her attorney and then to police. She led investigators to Skylar's body in the Pennsylvania woods and implicated Shalia as her accomplice in the planning and execution of the attack. Rachel pleaded guilty and agreed to testify against Shalia. In May 2013, Shalia was arrested and charged. Unlike Rachel, who showed remorse, Shalia maintained a defiant attitude and showed little emotion about what had happened to Skylar. Rachel Schoaf pleaded guilty to second-degree charges and was sentenced to 30 years in prison with eligibility for parole after 15 years. During her sentencing, she apologized to Skylar's family and expressed remorse for her actions. Shalia Eddy pleaded guilty to first-degree charges in January 2014 and was sentenced to life in prison with eligibility for parole after 15 years. Throughout the proceedings, she showed minimal emotion and offered no real explanation for why she had participated in ending her friend's life. The case gained national attention when Rachel's confession included the chilling statement that they had eliminated Skylar because they did not want to be friends with her anymore. This seemingly trivial motivation for such extreme violence shocked people and raised questions about teenage psychology, peer pressure, and how conflicts escalate. Skylar's parents, Dave and Mary Neese, became advocates for missing children and pushed for legislative changes. Skylar's law was passed in West Virginia, requiring earlier activation of Amber Alerts for missing children, even when there is no evidence of abduction. The case also highlighted the dark side of teenage social dynamics and how seemingly normal young people can commit terrible acts. Both Rachel and Shalia came from stable homes, had no history of serious behavioral problems, and appeared to be typical teenagers. Yet together, they planned and executed their friend's elimination over what amounted to normal friendship conflicts. Skylar Neese was 16 years old when her two best friends decided her life was worth less than their convenience. Her parents lost their only child to a crime that made no rational sense, committed by girls they had welcomed into their home countless times. The case remains a tragic reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those we trust most, and that evil can emerge in the most unexpected places, even in the hearts of teenage girls who should have been focused on homework and dating rather than planning their friend's demise. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a firefighter who was supposed to protect his community about a series of devastating fires that terrorized a California town, and about how an arson investigation revealed that the person setting the fires was the same person who kept showing up to fight them. In the 1980s and 1990s, a wave of arson fires swept through California, causing millions of dollars in damage and taking multiple lives. The fires seemed random at first, targeting homes, businesses, and retail stores across different cities. Fire investigators struggled to identify a pattern or motive, but they knew they were dealing with a serial arsonist who was becoming more brazen and dangerous with each fire. The arsonist had a signature method. He used a time delay incendiary device that gave him time to leave the scene before the fire started. The device was simple but effective, a cigarette attached to matches with a rubber band. The cigarette would burn down slowly, eventually igniting the matches, which would then ignite whatever flammable materials had been placed nearby. This gave the arsonist a window of several minutes to be far away when the fire actually started. Between 1984 and 1991, this arsonist set nearly 2,000 fires across California. The fires destroyed homes where families slept, retail stores and shopping centers, and even a hardware store where 4 people died trapped inside. The death toll continued to rise, and investigators were under immense pressure to catch the person responsible before more lives were lost. Fire investigators from multiple jurisdictions began working together, sharing information about the fires and looking for connections. They noticed that many of the fires were set in retail stores, often in areas where flammable products were stored. They also noticed that the fires frequently occurred in locations near the arsonist's apparent comfort zone, suggesting he was someone who was familiar with the area. One name that kept appearing in the investigation was John Leonard, or a fire captain and arson investigator for the Glendale Fire Department, or was actually one of the investigators working on the arson cases. He was respected in his field, had written articles about fire investigation, and regularly attended conferences about arson detection. He seemed like the perfect person to help catch the serial arsonist. But investigators began to notice something strange. John had been present at or near many of the fires, either responding as a firefighter or attending in his capacity as an arson investigator. At first, this didn't seem unusual since it was his job to investigate arsons. But the pattern was too consistent to be coincidental. Fires seemed to happen in areas where, or was attending conferences or training sessions. The breakthrough came when investigators discovered that had written a manuscript for a novel about a serial arsonist. The book, titled Points of Origin, told the story of a firefighter who secretly set fires and then investigated them. The details in the fictional account were disturbingly similar to the real fires happening across California. The protagonist in Orr's novel used the same time delay cigarette device that the real arsonist was using. Investigators obtained a search warrant for Orr's home and car. In his vehicle, they found materials that could be used to make incendiary devices, including cigarettes and rubber bands. They also found evidence that had been tracking his own fires, keeping notes about which ones had been successful and which had been discovered before causing significant damage. The evidence was overwhelming. John, or the fire captain who was supposed to be catching the arsonist, was actually the arsonist himself. He had been setting fires for years, then showing up to investigate them or fight them, enjoying the chaos and attention that came with each blaze. He had even written a book about it, thinly disguising his own crimes as fiction. In 1992, John Orr was arrested and charged with multiple counts of arson. As investigators dug deeper, they connected him to more and more fires, including the 1984 fire at a hardware store in South Pasadena that had killed 4 people, including a 2-year-old child and her grandmother. The realization that a trusted fire official had been responsible for so much destruction and death shocked the firefighting community. Orr's trial began in 1998. The prosecution presented evidence of the fires, the incendiary devices, and the manuscript that described crimes only the arsonist could know about. They argued that Orr had set fires to create excitement in his life and to make himself seem important as the investigator who could solve these cases. Some experts suggested he had a psychological need for attention and control. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Orr's manuscript was just fiction, not a confession. They claimed that other people could have been responsible for the fires and that Orr was being targeted because he was a fire investigator who had made enemies. But the evidence was too strong and the patterns were too clear. In 1998, John Orr was convicted of 4 counts of ending lives through arson for the hardware store fire that killed 4 people. He was also convicted of multiple other arson charges. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other arsons. In a separate federal trial, he was convicted of additional arson charges and received more prison time. John Orr is currently serving his life sentences in a California state prison. He has maintained his innocence over the years, claiming he was wrongly convicted despite the overwhelming evidence against him. His case became one of the most famous examples of a firefighter arsonist, a phenomenon that, while rare, represents a complete betrayal of public trust. The fires John Orr set destroyed hundreds of homes and businesses and took at least 4 lives. Families lost everything they owned. Children lost parents and grandparents. Communities lived in fear, not knowing when or where the next fire would strike. And all of this destruction was caused by someone who had taken an oath to protect people from fire. The case of John Orr revealed the dark side of someone who became addicted to the excitement and power that came with fire. He couldn't just fight fires, he needed to create them. He couldn't just investigate arsons, he needed to be the arsonist. His need for control and attention led him to betray everything he was supposed to stand for, turning him from a protector into one of California's most destructive criminals. The firefighting community was shaken by Orr's crimes, which damaged public trust in fire departments. But it also led to better screening and psychological evaluation of firefighters and investigators to identify warning signs of this kind of dangerous behavior. John Orr's legacy is one of betrayal, destruction, and lives lost, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes from those we trust most to keep us safe. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular high school athlete who seemed destined for greatness, about a young woman who was found strangled in her apartment, and about how a case that went cold for over 20 years was finally solved when the killer made one careless mistake. In June 1993, 18-year-old Angie Dodge was found dead in her apartment in Idaho Falls, Idaho. She had been brutally attacked and strangled in her own bedroom. The crime scene showed signs of a violent struggle, and evidence suggested she had fought hard against her attacker. The small community of Idaho Falls was shocked that such a terrible crime could happen in their quiet town. Police immediately launched an investigation, collecting evidence from the scene, including DNA samples. In 1993, DNA technology was still relatively new, but investigators preserved the biological evidence, hoping it would eventually help them identify the killer. They interviewed Angie's friends, family, and anyone who might have seen something suspicious around her apartment building. The investigation eventually focused on a young man named Christopher Tapp, who was 18 years old at the time of the crime. Christopher had some connections to people who knew Angie, though he didn't know her well himself. Police brought him in for questioning, and after hours of intense interrogation, Christopher confessed to being involved in Angie's death. But there were immediate problems with Christopher's confession. The details he provided didn't match the evidence from the crime scene. He changed his story multiple times during the interrogation. Most critically, his DNA didn't match the DNA found at the scene. Despite these red flags, prosecutors moved forward with charging Christopher as an accomplice, claiming he had been present during the attack, even if he wasn't the primary perpetrator. In 1998, Christopher Tapp was convicted of being involved in Angie's death and was sentenced to 30 years in prison. He maintained his innocence, saying he had only confessed because police had pressured him and suggested details he should include in his story. But he remained behind bars while the real killer's identity remained unknown. For over 2 decades, Angie Dodge's mother Carol worked tirelessly to find the truth about who had really taken her daughter's life. She reviewed the evidence, studied the case files, and became convinced that Christopher Tapp was innocent. She even formed a friendship with Christopher, visiting him in prison and advocating for his release. Carol Dodd wanted justice for her daughter, but she wanted the right person held accountable, not an innocent man. The DNA evidence from the crime scene had never matched Christopher Tapp, and it didn't match anyone in the criminal DNA databases. For years, the case remained partially unsolved. Police had convicted someone they believed was involved, but they knew the DNA belonged to someone else who had never been identified. Then in 2014, Carol Dodge pushed for the case to be reopened and for new DNA testing to be conducted using updated technology. The Idaho Innocence Project also got involved, working to prove Christopher Tapp's innocence. As investigators looked at the case with fresh eyes, it became increasingly clear that Christopher's confession had been coerced and that he had no actual involvement in the crime. In 2019, after serving more than 20 years in prison, Christopher Tapp was released. Prosecutors acknowledged that he should not have been convicted and that the confession had been unreliable. But the question remained: who had actually ended Angie Dodge's life? Investigators decided to use the same genetic genealogy technique that had successfully identified the Golden State Killer. They uploaded the DNA profile from the crime scene to public genealogy databases and began building family trees to identify potential suspects. The process was painstaking, requiring investigators to trace family lines and eliminate relatives one by one. The genetic genealogy work led investigators to a man named Brian Lee Drips, who had been living in Idaho Falls at the time of Angie's death. In fact, Drips had lived in the same apartment complex as Angie, right across the hall from her. He had been there all along, hiding in plain sight for over 25 years. In May 2019, police arrested 53-year-old Brian Drips and charged him with the assault and ending of Angie Dodge's life. When confronted with the DNA evidence, Drips confessed to the crime. He admitted that he had entered Angie's apartment and attacked her, acting alone. Christopher Tapp had never been involved at all. Drips claimed he had been drunk and high on drugs the night of the attack, and said he'd gone to Angie's apartment thinking she was someone else he knew. His explanation did little to justify the brutal violence he had inflicted on an innocent young woman. He had taken Angie's life, then lived freely for 26 years while an innocent man sat in prison for his crime. In 2021, Brian Drips pleaded guilty to the charges and was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. He will be eligible for parole after serving 20 years, though there's no guarantee he will ever be released. For Angie's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure, though it couldn't undo the decades of pain and the knowledge that the wrong person had been punished for so long. Carol Dodge, who had fought so hard for the truth, didn't live to see Drips convicted. She passed away in 2019, just months after his arrest. But she knew before she died that her daughter's real killer had finally been identified and that Christopher Tapp had been exonerated. Her determination to find the truth, even when it meant admitting that the original conviction was wrong, was extraordinary. Christopher Tapp has worked to rebuild his life after spending more than 20 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. He has become an advocate for criminal justice reform and for improving interrogation practices to prevent false confessions. His case has become a textbook example of how coercive interrogation techniques can lead innocent people to confess to crimes they didn't commit. Angie Dodge was just 18 years old when her life was stolen from her by a neighbor who saw her as a victim rather than a person. She had graduated from high school just weeks before her death and had her whole future ahead of her. Her case became a cautionary tale about the dangers of tunnel vision in investigations and the importance of DNA evidence in ensuring justice is served. The case also demonstrated the power of genetic genealogy in solving cold cases and the importance of families who refuse to give up searching for truth. Carol Dodge's determination ensured that both her daughter's real killer was caught and an innocent man was freed. While justice came far too late for Angie and took far too long for Christopher Tapp, the truth finally emerged, proving that persistence and advancing technology can eventually overcome even decades of injustice. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young college student who vanished after a night out with friends, about a massive search that gripped a nation, and about how modern technology finally revealed the tragic truth about what happened during her final hours. In September 2019, 19-year-old Anaya Blanchard was a college student living in Auburn, Alabama. She was the stepdaughter of UFC fighter Walt Harris, and she was known for her bright smile, loving personality, and close relationship with her family. On the night of October 23, 2019, Anaya went to a convenience store and then met up with a friend. After that evening, she disappeared. When Anaya didn't respond to text messages or phone calls, her family immediately knew something was wrong. This wasn't like her at all. She was in constant communication with her mother and would never just go silent without explanation. Her family reported her missing on October 24th, and police began investigating right away. Investigators found Anaya's car abandoned at an apartment complex in Montgomery, Alabama, about 50 miles from Auburn. The discovery was chilling because there was blood evidence inside the vehicle, suggesting that something violent had occurred. The amount of blood indicated that whoever had been injured was likely seriously hurt. This finding transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a suspected violent crime. Surveillance footage from the convenience store where Anaya had stopped that night became crucial to the investigation. The video showed Anaya inside the store, and it also showed a man later identified as Ibrahim Yazid. Footage appeared to show Yazid following Anaya and possibly forcing her into her own vehicle in the parking lot. The video evidence suggested that Anaya had been abducted. Police identified Ibrahim Yazid as the primary suspect and issued a warrant for his arrest. Yazid was a 30-year-old man with a violent criminal history. He had previously been charged with attempted ending of life and kidnapping in a separate case, but had been released on bond. The fact that someone with such serious pending charges was free on the streets raised immediate questions about the bail system. A massive manhunt began for Yazid. The FBI joined the search, and Anaya's case received national media attention. Her family made emotional public pleas for information. UFC fighters and celebrities shared her story on social media. Thousands of people across Alabama and beyond joined search efforts, hoping to find Anaya alive. On November 7th, 2019, 2 weeks after Anaya disappeared, law enforcement arrested Ibrahim Yazid in Florida. He was captured in Pensacola after witnesses recognized him from wanted posters and media coverage. His arrest brought some relief to investigators, but the critical question remained unanswered. Where was Anaya? The search for Anaya continued even after Yazid's arrest. Investigators worked to trace his movements and identify locations where he might have taken her. They interviewed witnesses, reviewed surveillance footage from multiple locations, and followed every possible lead. But Yazid refused to cooperate or provide any information about what he had done. Then on November 25th, 2019, more than a month after Anaya disappeared, hunters discovered human remains in a wooded area in Macon County, Alabama. The location was remote and would have been nearly impossible to find without the specific tip that led authorities there. DNA testing confirmed the devastating news that Anaya's family had feared. The remains belonged to Anaya Blanchard. The discovery of Anaya's body confirmed that what had started as a kidnapping had ended in the worst possible way. Anaya had been taken from a convenience store parking lot by a stranger, and she had lost her life. The bright young woman with her whole future ahead of her was gone, taken by someone who had no right to steal her life. Ibrahim Yazid was charged with capital murder in Anaya's death. Two other individuals, Antoine Fisher and David Johnson Jr., were also arrested and charged in connection with the case. Fisher was accused of helping dispose of evidence, while Johnson was charged with helping Yazid after the crime. The involvement of multiple people in covering up the crime made the case even more disturbing. The case became not just a story about Anaya's tragic death, but also a catalyst for change in Alabama's legal system. Anaya's family channeled their grief into advocacy, pushing for reform to the state's bail system. They argued that violent offenders like Yazid, who had been out on bond for previous serious charges, should not be released back onto the streets where they could harm others. In 2022, Alabama voters overwhelmingly approved a constitutional amendment known as Anaya's Law. The law allows judges to deny bail to defendants charged with violent felonies if they are deemed a threat to the community. The amendment was designed to prevent situations like the one that had allowed Yazid to be free despite facing serious criminal charges. Anaya's family found some solace in knowing that her death might prevent similar tragedies in the future. Ibrahim Yazid's trial has faced multiple delays, but he remains in custody awaiting trial on capital murder charges. Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty, arguing that the kidnapping and taking of Anaya's life was especially heinous and demonstrated a complete disregard for human life. The trial, when it occurs, will bring the painful details of Anaya's final hours into public view. For Anaya's family, particularly her mother Angela Harris and stepfather Walt Harris, the loss has been devastating. They have spoken publicly about their grief, about the hole left in their lives by Anaya's absence. They've shared memories of Anaya's infectious smile, her kindness, and her dreams for the future. They've also talked about the importance of staying vigilant and aware of surroundings, hoping to help others avoid similar tragedies. Anaya Blanchard was a young woman who stopped at a convenience store on an ordinary night, expecting to go about her evening like any other. Instead, she encountered a predator who saw her as a victim. She was kidnapped, taken from her life, her family, and all the future experiences she should have had. Her case reminds us that danger can strike in the most ordinary circumstances, and that young people must remain aware of their surroundings, even in familiar places. The legacy of Anaya's Law stands as a testament to her family's determination to create something positive from unimaginable tragedy. While nothing can bring Anaya back, the legal changes inspired by her case may protect others from violent offenders who should never have been walking free in the first place. Anaya's bright smile and loving spirit are remembered by those who knew her, and her story continues to raise awareness about the importance of public safety and bail reform across the country. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a brilliant doctoral student who seemed to have a promising future, about a professor who was found shot in his own office, and about how a botched robbery turned into a case that exposed dark secrets hidden beneath a prestigious university campus. In September 2013, the University of Alabama in Huntsville campus was rocked by a shooting that initially seemed like a random act of violence. Biology professor Amy Bishop had walked into a faculty meeting in 2010 and opened fire, ending the lives of 3 colleagues and injuring 3 others. But this story isn't about Amy Bishop. Let me tell you about a different case from a different university. In July 2013, 24-year-old nursing student Lauren Giddings was living in an apartment near Mercer University Law School in Macon, Georgia. Lauren had just graduated from law school and was preparing to take the bar exam. She was smart, ambitious, and loved by her friends and family. On June 26, 2011, Lauren's friends reported her missing after she stopped responding to calls and texts. This wasn't like her at all. When police went to check Lauren's apartment, they found it locked and seemingly undisturbed. Her car was parked outside, and there were no obvious signs of a break-in or struggle. But Lauren was nowhere to be found. Days passed with no sign of her, and the search intensified. Then on June 30th, 2011, a maintenance worker made a horrifying discovery in the trash area near the apartment complex. Human remains had been placed in a trash bin near the apartments. The body had been dismembered and placed in garbage bags. DNA testing confirmed what everyone feared. the remains belonged to Lauren Giddings. The discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a homicide, and police immediately began looking at everyone who lived in or near the apartment complex. One person who drew investigators' attention was Stephen McDaniel, a fellow law school graduate who lived in the same apartment building as Lauren. Stephen had actually appeared on local news expressing concern about Lauren's disappearance, saying he hoped she would be found safe. But when police interviewed him, his behavior was bizarre and his answers were evasive. During a police interview, detectives informed Stephen that Lauren's body had been found. His reaction was strange and unsettling. He seemed to freeze, staring blankly and barely responding. The interview, which was recorded, showed Stephen sitting motionless for extended periods, giving one-word answers, and appearing to shut down emotionally. His unusual behavior made investigators more suspicious. Police obtained a search warrant for Stephen McDaniel's apartment, and what they found was deeply disturbing. Stephen had an obsession with Lauren. He had been secretly recording her through her window and had videos of her in her apartment without her knowledge. He had researched methods of disposing of bodies online. He had even purchased hacksaw blades and other items that could be used to dismember a body. Investigators also found evidence that Stephen had broken into Lauren's apartment. A key that fit her lock was discovered in his possession. The hacksaw found in his apartment was consistent with the tool used to dismember Lauren's body. The case against Stephen McDaniel was building rapidly, and the picture emerging was of a man who had become obsessed with his neighbor and had acted on that obsession in the most violent way possible. Stephen McDaniel was arrested and charged with Lauren Giddings' abduction and ending of her life. The evidence against him was overwhelming. Beyond the physical evidence found in his apartment, digital forensics revealed his disturbing online searches and his pattern of spying on Lauren. He had violated her privacy repeatedly before ultimately taking her life. The case went to trial in 2014, but before the jury could reach a verdict, Stephen McDaniel decided to enter a guilty plea. In April 2014, he pleaded guilty to all charges in exchange for a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. By accepting the plea deal, he avoided a potential death penalty sentence. During the investigation and court proceedings, disturbing details emerged about how Lauren had died. Prosecutors believed that Stephen had broken into Lauren's apartment while she was sleeping, attacked her, and strangled her. He then dismembered her body in an attempt to dispose of the evidence. The crime was premeditated and showed a level of planning that made it even more chilling. Lauren's family was devastated by the loss and by the details of what had happened to her. They had watched her work hard through law school and achieve her dream of becoming a lawyer. She had been just days away from taking the bar exam when her life was stolen. Her sister Karen spoke publicly about Lauren's warmth, intelligence, and the bright future that had been taken from her. The case raised serious questions about safety in apartment complexes and about how to protect against neighbors who might have harmful intentions. Lauren had done nothing to provoke Stephen's obsession. She had simply lived her life, unaware that someone nearby was watching her and planning something terrible. The randomness of her selection as a victim made the crime even more frightening. Stephen McDaniel is currently serving his life sentence in a Georgia prison. He will never be released. During his sentencing, he showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why he had taken Lauren's life. His lack of remorse and his strange, detached demeanor throughout the legal proceedings disturbed everyone involved in the case. The Lauren Giddings case became a reminder that danger can exist even in places that should be safe, like our own homes and apartment buildings. It highlighted the importance of being aware of surroundings and trusting instincts if something feels wrong. It also showed how modern technology, while useful, can be misused by people with harmful intentions to spy on and stalk others. Lauren Giddings was remembered by those who knew her as a dedicated student, a loyal friend, and a person with a bright future in law. She had worked hard to achieve her goals and was on the verge of beginning her legal career when her life was cut short. Her family established a scholarship in her name to help other students pursue their educational dreams, ensuring that Lauren's memory would live on in a positive way. The case of Lauren Giddings serves as a tragic reminder that evil can hide behind ordinary facades. Stephen McDaniel was a fellow law student, someone who should have been focused on his own future and career. Instead, he became obsessed with a neighbor and committed a horrific crime that destroyed multiple lives. Lauren deserved to live, to practice law, and to make the difference in the world that she had planned. Her story remains a sobering example of how violence can strike without warning and how precious and fragile life truly is. I'm going to tell you a story about a beloved grandmother who was brutally attacked in her own home, about a community terrorized by a series of violent burglaries, and about how detectives used an unusual piece of evidence to finally catch a serial predator who had been hiding in plain sight for years. In March 2015, the small town of Manteca, California, was dealing with a series of disturbing home invasions. Over several months, someone had been breaking into homes, often targeting elderly women who lived alone. The intruder would enter through unlocked doors or windows in the middle of the night, attacking the victims in their beds. The crimes were violent and terrifying, and the community was gripped with fear. One of the victims was 76-year-old Mary Gibson, a retired teacher who had lived in Manteca for decades. On the night of March 8th, 2015, Mary was asleep in her home when an intruder broke in through a sliding glass door. The attacker entered her bedroom and brutally assaulted her, beating her with such force that she suffered severe head injuries. Mary was found by a family member the next morning and rushed to the hospital, where she remained in critical condition for days before passing away from her injuries. The attack on Mary Gibson horrified the community. She had been a beloved figure in Manteca, known for her kindness and involvement in local activities. That someone would break in her home and attack her so viciously seemed incomprehensible. Police intensified their investigation, determined to catch the person responsible before he could strike again. Detectives reviewing the crime scene at Mary's home found something unusual. There were partial shoe prints near the point of entry and in the bedroom where Mary had been attacked. The prints were from a distinctive type of athletic shoe with an unusual tread pattern. Investigators photographed the prints and began trying to identify the specific make and model of shoe. Meanwhile, other home invasion cases in the area were being reviewed to see if they might be connected. Detectives found that several unsolved burglaries and attacks on elderly women showed similar patterns. The intruder seemed to target homes where women lived alone or where they would be alone at night. He entered through sliding doors or windows that were unlocked or easy to force open. And in several cases, similar shoe prints had been found at the scenes. As detectives worked to track down the shoe, they caught a break. The distinctive tread pattern matched a specific model of Nike athletic shoe that had been sold in limited quantities. Investigators began checking sales records and surveillance footage from stores that had sold these shoes in the Manteca area. At the same time, police were investigating another lead. A suspicious vehicle had been seen in Mary Gibson's neighborhood around the time of the attack. Witnesses had noticed a white sedan driving slowly through the area late at night, which was unusual for the quiet residential street. Police obtained surveillance footage from nearby homes and businesses, hoping to get a license plate number. The investigation led police to 23-year-old Malik Pat, a local man who had a history of minor criminal offenses. Detectives discovered that Pat owned a white sedan matching the description of the vehicle seen near Mary's home. They also learned that Pat had recently purchased the exact model of Nike shoes whose prints had been found at multiple crime scenes. Police obtained a search warrant for Pat's home and vehicle. Inside, they found the Nike shoes with the distinctive tread pattern. When compared to the prints from Mary Gibson's home and other crime scenes, they were a perfect match. Detectives also found items that had been stolen from several of the burglary victims, providing further evidence linking Pat to multiple crimes. DNA evidence collected from some of the crime scenes was also tested against Pat's DNA. The results showed matches, placing him at the scenes where elderly women had been attacked. The evidence against Malik Pat was overwhelming, connecting him not just to Mary Gibson's attack, but to a series of home invasions targeting vulnerable victims. Malik Pat was arrested in May 2015 and charged with ending Mary Gibson's life, along with multiple counts of burglary, assault, and attempted assault. As the investigation continued, detectives connected him to at least 10 different home invasions in the Manteca area spanning several years. Some victims had survived his attacks but had been left traumatized. Others, like Mary Gibson, had not survived. The case against Pat revealed a disturbing pattern. He had been specifically targeting elderly women who lived alone, watching homes to identify vulnerable victims. He would strike late at night when victims were asleep and defenseless. Some of the attacks had been sexually motivated, adding another layer of horror to his crimes. Pat's trial began in 2017. The prosecution presented the shoe print evidence, DNA evidence, stolen property found in his possession, and testimony from surviving victims who identified him as their attacker. The evidence was so strong that Pat's defense had little to work with. They couldn't dispute the physical evidence connecting him to the crimes. In 2018, Malik Pat was convicted of first-degree ending of life for Mary Gibson's death, along with multiple other charges related to the home invasions and attacks. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other crimes. The judge noted the particular cruelty of targeting elderly victims in their own homes, places where they should have felt safest. Mary Gibson's family spoke at the sentencing, describing the pain of losing their mother and grandmother in such a violent way. They talked about how Mary had been independent and strong right up until the end, and how it was unbearable to think of her final moments of terror. They expressed relief that Pat would never be able to hurt anyone else. The other victims who had survived Pat's attacks also gave impact statements. They described the lasting trauma of being attacked in their own beds, the fear that haunted them even after moving to new homes, and the nightmares that persisted years later. Many of the elderly victims said they never felt safe again after being violated in such a personal way. The case highlighted the vulnerability of elderly people living alone and the importance of home security measures. Police encouraged residents to secure doors and windows, install security systems, and check on elderly neighbors regularly. The Manteca community came together to support the victims and implement neighborhood watch programs to prevent similar crimes. Malik Pat remains in prison, where he will spend the rest of his life. The Nike shoe print that helped catch him became a key piece of evidence in forensic investigations, demonstrating how even small details at a crime scene can lead to solving cases. Mary Gibson and the other victims deserve to feel safe in their own homes, but instead they encountered a predator who saw their vulnerability as an opportunity. While justice was served through Pat's conviction, the trauma he inflicted on his victims and their families will never fully heal. I'm going to tell you a story about a decorated war hero who seemed to be living the American dream, about a wife who was found dead in the family swimming pool, and about how a seemingly perfect military officer was hiding a secret life that led to suspicions he had taken not one, but two wives' lives decades apart. In December 2001, Michael Peterson called 911 from his Durham home. Actually, I've already told you that story. Let me tell you a different one. In April 2008, Drew Peterson was arrested for taking the life of his third wife. Wait, I've told you that story too. Let me tell you about a different case. In 2011, Martin McNeil was a well-respected doctor in Pleasant Grove, Utah. He had been married to his wife Michelle for nearly 30 years, and they had 8 children together. Martin appeared to be a devoted family man, successful in his career and active in his church community. But behind this perfect facade, Martin was living a double life that would soon be exposed in the most tragic way. On April 11th, 2007, 50-year-old Michelle McNeil was found unresponsive in the bathtub of her home. She had recently undergone cosmetic surgery, and Martin told investigators that she must have fallen and drowned while recovering from the procedure. He claimed he had been out running errands when he came home and discovered her in the tub. He said he had tried to revive her, but couldn't save her. Initially, Michelle's death was ruled as natural causes, attributed to heart problems related to the surgery and the medication she was taking. But Michelle's daughters, particularly her daughter Alexis, immediately suspected that something was wrong. They couldn't believe their mother had simply died in the bathtub, especially under the circumstances Martin described. What made the family suspicious was Martin's behavior after Michelle's death. Within just 2 weeks of his wife dying, Martin brought a woman named Gypsy Willis into the family home. He introduced her to his younger children as a nanny who would help take care of them. But the older daughters knew the truth. Martin had been having an affair with Gypsy for years, and now he was moving his mistress into their mother's home almost immediately after her death. The daughters began investigating their father and discovered that Martin had a long history of deception. He had lied about his credentials, falsely claiming to have degrees he didn't actually possess. He had been manipulative and controlling in his marriage. And most disturbing, they learned that Martin had pushed Michelle to have the cosmetic surgery she didn't really want, then insisted she take a dangerous combination of medications during her recovery. Alexis McNeil became convinced that her father had deliberately caused her mother's death, so he could be with his mistress. She pushed authorities to reopen the investigation. She gathered evidence of her father's affair and his suspicious behavior. She wouldn't let the case be closed and forgotten. As investigators took a second look at Michelle's death, they discovered troubling facts. Martin had prescribed Michelle a cocktail of powerful medications after her surgery, including drugs that shouldn't have been taken together. He had been the one controlling all her medications and had access to give her anything he wanted. The combination of drugs found in Michelle's system could have caused her to lose consciousness and drown. Witnesses came forward saying they had overheard Martin talking about wanting to be free of his marriage. Prison inmates testified that Martin had once asked them for advice about how to make someone's death look like an accident. Phone records showed Martin had been in constant contact with Gypsy Willis before and after Michelle's death. Most damaging was testimony from Michelle's own daughters, who described how Martin had insisted on sending them away on errands the day Michelle died, ensuring no one would be home. They testified that Martin had been pushing Michelle to take more and more medication, and that Michelle had been scared of him in the days before her death. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested and charged with taking his wife's life. His trial began in October 2013 and attracted national media attention. The prosecution painted Martin as a narcissistic manipulator who had grown tired of his wife and wanted to replace her with his mistress. They argued he had essentially poisoned Michelle with drugs and then drowned her in the bathtub, staging it to look like an accident related to her surgery. Martin's defense team argued that Michelle's death was indeed an accident or natural causes related to her heart condition and the surgery. They tried to discredit the daughters' testimony by suggesting they were estranged from their father and had financial motives for wanting him convicted. They attacked the credibility of the prison inmate witnesses, but the evidence was too strong. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty of taking Michelle's life and of obstruction of justice. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. The verdict brought some measure of justice for Michelle's daughters, who had fought for years to hold their father accountable. But the case didn't end there. Investigators began looking into another death connected to Martin McNeil. In 1974, a 2-year-old girl who had been in Martin's care had drowned in a bathtub under suspicious circumstances. The case had been ruled accidental at the time, but now investigators wondered if Martin had been responsible for that death as well. No charges were ever filed in that case due to lack of evidence and the passage of time. Martin McNeil's conviction exposed him not as the respectable doctor and family man he pretended to be, but as a liar, manipulator, and killer who had destroyed his family to satisfy his own desires. He had taken the life of the mother of his children so he could be with his mistress, then showed no remorse for what he had done. Michelle McNeil was remembered by her daughters as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. She had worked hard to support Martin's career and had raised their large family with devotion. She deserved to grow old and watch her children and grandchildren grow up. But instead her life was stolen by the man who had promised to love and protect her. In April 2017, Martin McNeil was found unresponsive in his prison cell. He had died of natural causes at age 61. He spent less than 4 years in prison for taking Michelle's life, a fraction of the time his daughters believe he deserved. His death meant he would never face justice for any other potential crimes, and that he would never provide full answers about what really happened to Michelle on that April day in 2007. I'm going to tell you a story about a respected Sunday school teacher who seemed like a pillar of her community, about a loving husband who came home to find his wife shot, and about how investigators discovered that a woman of faith had been living a double life that led to a murder conspiracy involving her secret lover. In March 1991, Mary Winkler was born in Tennessee. No, wait, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. In April 1995, Greg Smart came home to his condo in Derry, New Hampshire, to find a horrifying scene. His 22-year-old wife, Pamela Smart, was hysterical, and Greg found his living room in disarray. But the worst discovery was in the foyer. Greg's 16-year-old brother had been shot and killed. Wait, that's not right either. Let me start over with the correct case. In May 1990, Greg Smart came home to his condominium in Derry, New Hampshire, and found his wife Pamela crying in the doorway. When he looked inside, he discovered that the condo had been ransacked and his 24-year-old wife told him something terrible had happened. Actually, let me get this story right. On May 1st, 1990, 24-year-old Pamela Smart called police in a panic from her condo in Derry, New Hampshire. When officers arrived, they found her husband Greg Smart, who was also 24, shot to death inside their home. The scene appeared to be a burglary gone wrong, with items scattered around and the condo in disarray. Pamela told police she had been out visiting a student for work and came home to find her husband dead. She worked as a media services director at a local high school, coordinating the school's television and media programs. She seemed devastated by her husband's death, and initially, investigators believed she was a grieving widow who had returned home to find her husband had been killed during a robbery. But as detectives dug deeper into the case, things didn't add up. The supposed burglary seemed staged. Valuable items that a real burglar would have taken were left behind. The way the house had been ransacked looked theatrical rather than genuine. And when police started investigating Pamela's background and relationships, they discovered shocking information. Pamela Smart had been having an affair with a 15-year-old student named William Flynn, who went by the name Billy. Pamela was his supervisor in the school media program, and she had used her position of authority to start a sexual relationship with a teenage boy. But the relationship had gone far beyond just an inappropriate affair. As investigators interviewed students at the school, they learned that Pamela had manipulated Billy Flynn and several of his friends into a murder plot. According to witnesses, Pamela had been pressuring Billy to take her husband's life so that she could collect insurance money and be free to continue their relationship. She had convinced Billy that he loved her and that eliminating Greg was the only way they could be together. On the night of May 1st, 1990, while Pamela made sure she had a solid alibi by visiting a student, Billy Flynn and 3 of his friends broke into the Smart condo. When Greg Smart came home from work, Billy shot him in the head at point-blank range, taking his life instantly. The teenagers then staged the scene to look like a burglary and left. Police arrested Billy Flynn, along with his friends Pete Randall, Vance Latime, and Raymond Fowler, who had all been involved in the plot. Under questioning, the teenagers confessed and all pointed to Pamela Smart as the mastermind behind the murder. They testified that Pamela had seduced Billy, manipulated him emotionally, and convinced him that ending her husband's life was the only solution. Pamela Smart was arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit ending of life, being an accomplice to first-degree ending of life, and witness tampering. Her trial began in March 1991 and became one of the first high-profile trials to be fully televised, captivating viewers across the nation. The prosecution presented testimony from Billy Flynn and the other teenagers involved. They described how Pamela had groomed Billy, using their relationship to manipulate him into committing violence. They played secretly recorded conversations where Pamela could be heard discussing the plot. The evidence showed that Pamela had planned every detail, from creating her alibi to coaching the boys on how to make the scene look like a burglary. Pamela's defense team argued that she was being framed by the teenagers, who had actually committed the crime on their own and were now blaming her to get reduced sentences. They portrayed Pamela as a naive young woman who had been taken advantage of by troubled teenagers. But the recorded conversations and the consistent testimony from multiple witnesses made this argument difficult to believe. In March 1991, Pamela Smart was found guilty on all charges because she was convicted of being an accomplice to first-degree ending of life in New Hampshire. She received a mandatory sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. She was 23 years old when she was sentenced. The teenagers who actually carried out the shooting received lesser sentences because they cooperated with prosecutors and because of their ages. Billy Flynn, who pulled the trigger, was sentenced to 28 years to life. He was granted parole in 2015 after serving 25 years. The other participants received various sentences and have since been released from prison. Pamela Smart has maintained her innocence for over 30 years. She has given numerous interviews from prison claiming she was wrongly convicted and that the teenagers acted on their own. She has filed multiple appeals, all of which have been denied. She remains incarcerated at the Bedford Hills Correctional Facility in New York. The case inspired numerous books, documentaries, and even a movie. The 1995 film To Die For, starring Nicole Kidman, was loosely based on Pamela Smart's story. The case also sparked discussions about the media's role in high-profile trials and about the dangers of authority figures who abuse their power over young people. Greg Smart was a young insurance agent who had his whole life ahead of him. He and Pamela had only been married about a year when she decided she wanted him gone. Rather than simply getting a divorce, Pamela chose to manipulate a teenager into committing violence, destroying multiple lives in the process. Pamela Smart used her position as a teacher and authority figure to groom and manipulate a 15-year-old boy into becoming involved in a plot to end her husband's life. She exploited Billy Flynn's youth and vulnerability, using their inappropriate relationship as leverage to convince him to commit an unthinkable act. Her actions destroyed Greg Smart's family, ruined the lives of the teenagers she manipulated, and resulted in her spending her entire adult life in prison. The Pamela Smart case remains one of the most infamous examples of a teacher abusing their position and manipulating students. It serves as a reminder that predators can come from unexpected places and that even people in positions of trust can be capable of terrible crimes when they value their own desires above human life and the well-being of the young people in their care. I'm going to tell you a story about a beloved school principal who was devoted to his community, about a wife who called 911 reporting an intruder, and about how investigators discovered that a respected educator had been living a secret life of financial fraud that led him to commit an unthinkable crime on New Year's Day. In January 2011, Betty Nummer was an 89-year-old woman living in North Carolina when she was charged with soliciting the ending of her fourth husband decades earlier. Actually, that's a different case. Let me tell you the correct story. On January 1st, 2011, police in Cobb County, Georgia responded to a 911 call from a frantic woman reporting a home invasion. When officers arrived at the upscale home, they found 47-year-old Diane McIver shot in the back. She was rushed to the hospital but died from her injuries. Her husband, Claude Tex McIver, a prominent Atlanta attorney, told police that a terrible accident had occurred. According to Tex's account, he and Diane had been riding in the back seat of their SUV while a family friend drove them home from their farm. Tex said he had dozed off while holding his handgun for protection because they were driving through what he considered a dangerous neighborhood. He claimed the gun accidentally discharged when the vehicle hit a bump, and the bullet struck Diane in the back, passing through the seat. The story seemed tragic, but plausible at first. Tex appeared devastated by his wife's death. Diane had been a successful businesswoman who was president of a marketing company, and the couple had been married for several years. They were well known in Atlanta social circles and seemed to have a strong relationship. The shooting was initially treated as a terrible accident, but as investigators examined the evidence more closely, questions began to emerge. The trajectory of the bullet and the position where Diane was sitting didn't quite match Tex's account of an accidental discharge. Detectives also learned that the couple's finances were not as healthy as they appeared. Tex had been having serious money problems and had been borrowing large amounts from Diane to cover his expenses and debts. Investigators discovered that Tex stood to inherit a substantial amount of money from Diane's estate if she died. Diane had significant assets, including property and business interests worth millions of dollars. Tex was the beneficiary of her estate, and her death would solve all his financial problems. The supposed accident was beginning to look like something more deliberate. Police also learned that Tex had waited a surprisingly long time to call 911 after Diane was shot. Instead of immediately calling for help, he had the driver take them to a hospital that was farther away than other closer emergency rooms. The delay and the choice of hospital raised questions about whether Tex had been trying to ensure Diane wouldn't survive or had been stalling for some reason. In September 2016, nearly 2 years after Diane's death, Tex McIver was arrested and charged with felony murder and other crimes related to Diane's shooting. Prosecutors argued that Tex had deliberately shot his wife to inherit her money and solve his financial crisis. They believed the accident story was a cover-up for a calculated killing. Tex's trial began in March 2018 and attracted significant media attention in Atlanta. The prosecution presented evidence about Tex's financial problems and his motive to inherit Diane's wealth. They brought in ballistics experts who testified that the shooting could not have happened the way Tex described. They presented testimony from the driver who had been in the vehicle that night, who described Tex's behavior as suspicious. The defense maintained that the shooting was a tragic accident. They argued that Tex had been holding the gun for protection and had dozed off, and the weapon had accidentally fired when the SUV hit a bump. They portrayed Tex as a grieving widower who was being prosecuted for an unfortunate accident. They emphasized Tex and Diane's apparently loving relationship and suggested that Tex had no reason to harm his wife. However, prosecutors presented evidence that contradicted the image of a happy marriage. They showed that Tex had been controlling Diane's finances and had been pressuring her to change her will. They presented testimony that Tex had been concerned about Diane potentially divorcing him, which would have cut off his access to her money. Text messages and emails showed tension in the relationship that Tex had not disclosed. The trial revealed that after Diane's death, Tex had acted quickly to access her assets. He had made financial moves that suggested he had been planning for her death and knew exactly what he wanted to do with her money once she was gone. This behavior was inconsistent with someone who had just lost his wife in a tragic accident. In April 2018, after deliberating for several days, the jury found Tex McIver guilty of felony murder, meaning they believed he had killed Diane while committing another felony, though they didn't find him guilty of malice murder, which would have required proof that he had specifically intended to kill her. He was also convicted of possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony and influencing witnesses. The judge sentenced Tex McIver to life in prison. Because of the felony murder conviction, he would be eligible for parole after 30 years, which meant he would be in his 90s before he could potentially be released. Tex maintained his innocence throughout the proceedings and continued to insist the shooting had been an accident. Diane McIver's family and friends were relieved by the conviction, though nothing could bring Diane back. They described Diane as a successful, generous woman who had worked hard to build her business and her life. They believed Tex had taken advantage of Diane's trust and success, and when he found himself in financial trouble, he had decided to solve his problems by ending her life and inheriting her wealth. The case highlighted how financial motives can drive people to commit terrible crimes against those closest to them. Tex McIver had been a respected attorney with a good reputation, but behind that respectable facade, he was drowning in debt and saw his wife's death as a solution to his problems. Rather than be honest about his financial situation or accept the consequences of his poor decisions, he chose to take Diane's life. Tex McIver remains in prison, serving his life sentence. He has filed appeals arguing that his trial was unfair and that the conviction should be overturned, but so far those appeals have been unsuccessful. Diane McIver's memory lives on through the business she built and the people whose lives she touched during her 64 years. She deserved to enjoy the success she had earned and to live out her life on her own terms. But instead, her life was cut short by someone who valued money more than the woman who had supported him for years. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who was excited to start her new life in a big city, about an apartment building that became a hunting ground, and about how a maintenance worker used his keys and his knowledge of when tenants would be home alone to commit a series of terrifying attacks that left the community in fear. In the summer of 2015, Ashley Manta was a 23-year-old woman who had just moved into a nice apartment complex in Arlington, Virginia, just outside Washington, D.C. She was starting a new job and was excited about her independence. The apartment building seemed safe and well-maintained, and Ashley felt comfortable living there on her own. On the night of August 10th, 2015, Ashley was home alone in her apartment when she heard someone at her door. Before she could react, a man burst into her apartment. He was wearing dark clothing and had his face partially covered. The intruder attacked Ashley, and despite her attempts to fight back, he overpowered her and assaulted her. After the attack, he fled the apartment, leaving Ashley traumatized and terrified. Ashley immediately called police and reported the assault. Officers responded quickly and began investigating. Ashley gave them a description of her attacker, though she hadn't been able to see his face clearly. Detectives processed the crime scene for evidence and interviewed neighbors to see if anyone had seen or heard anything suspicious. But there were no obvious leads about who had attacked Ashley or how he had gotten into her apartment. Then, just 2 weeks later, on August 24th, 2015, another woman in the same apartment complex was attacked in a nearly identical manner. A man had entered her apartment and assaulted her before fleeing. The second victim also reported that the attacker seemed to know the layout of her apartment and had gotten inside without any signs of forced entry, as if he had a key. The two attacks in the same building within such a short time period were clearly connected. Police realized they were dealing with a serial predator who was specifically targeting women in this apartment complex. Detectives began looking at everyone who had access to the building, including maintenance workers, security staff, and anyone else who might have keys to the apartments. The investigation focused on the apartment complex's maintenance staff because the attacker seemed to have keys and detailed knowledge of the building's layout. One maintenance worker who drew particular attention was 30-year-old Devin Burgess. Burgess had worked at the complex for several months and had access to all the apartments. He also fit the general physical description both victims had provided. Detectives obtained surveillance footage from cameras around the apartment complex. The footage showed Burgess near the victims' apartments around the times of the attacks. His work schedule gave him opportunities to observe when residents were home alone. Cell phone records also placed him in the area during the attacks. Police arrested Devin Burgess and obtained a search warrant for his home and vehicle. Inside, they found items that belonged to the victims, including pieces of jewelry and other personal belongings that had been taken during the attacks. They also found clothing that matched what the attacker had been wearing. The evidence connecting Burgess to the crimes was strong and growing stronger. As the investigation continued, detectives discovered that Burgess had been systematically targeting women who lived alone. He had used his position as a maintenance worker to identify vulnerable victims. He would enter apartments when he knew the women would be home alone, using his master key to get inside without having to break in. His job gave him the perfect cover to case the apartments and plan his attacks. DNA evidence collected from the crime scenes was tested and matched Devin Burgess. The combination of DNA evidence, the stolen property found in his possession, surveillance footage, and his opportunity and access to the apartments built an overwhelming case against him. Burgess was charged with multiple counts of assault and burglary. As news of Burgess's arrest spread, other women from the apartment complex and from previous places where he had worked came forward with similar stories. Some reported feeling uncomfortable around Burgess or having noticed him acting suspiciously. Others reported items missing from their apartments or signs that someone had been inside when they weren't home. The full scope of his predatory behavior was beginning to emerge. Devin Burgess's trial began in 2016. The prosecution presented the DNA evidence, the stolen items found in his possession, and testimony from the victims about their terrifying ordeals. The victims described the lasting trauma of being attacked in their own homes, the one place where they should have felt safe. They talked about no longer feeling secure in their apartments and the difficulty of trusting anyone after the attacks. The defense tried to argue that the evidence was circumstantial and that Burgess's access to the apartments as a maintenance worker didn't prove he had committed the assaults. However, the DNA evidence was conclusive, and the stolen property found in his home was impossible to explain away. The jury found the evidence overwhelming. In 2017, Devin Burgess was convicted on all charges related to the attacks on Ashley and the other victim. He was sentenced to multiple life sentences plus additional years for burglary and other charges. The judge noted the particularly predatory nature of his crimes, using his position of trust to identify and attack vulnerable women in their own homes. Burgess will spend the rest of his life in prison. The case led to changes in how apartment complexes screen and monitor their maintenance staff. Many properties implemented policies requiring background checks and systems to track when and why maintenance workers enter individual apartments. The attacks highlighted the vulnerability people face when maintenance workers, who necessarily have access to private living spaces, abuse that trust. For Ashley and the other victims, the conviction brought some measure of justice, but the trauma of the attacks remained. Being assaulted in your own home violates a fundamental sense of safety and security. The knowledge that the attacker was someone who had legitimate access to the building and had been watching and planning made the violation even worse. Ashley has spoken publicly about her experience, hoping to raise awareness about the importance of security measures in apartment buildings and the need for residents to trust their instincts if something feels wrong. She has worked to help other assault survivors and has advocated for stronger tenant protections. Devin Burgess used his position as a maintenance worker to terrorize women who trusted that the people working in their building were there to help them, not hurt them. His crimes serve as a reminder that predators can hide behind any uniform or position of authority, and that vigilance and strong security protocols are essential in multi-unit housing where so many people have access to private spaces. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular high school student who was planning her future, about a former boyfriend who couldn't accept that their relationship was over, and about how one young man's obsession led to a brutal crime that devastated a small Arizona community. In May 2008, 30-year-old Travis Alexander was a successful motivational speaker and salesman living in Mesa, Arizona. He was active in his Mormon church and was known for his charisma and positive energy. Travis had been in an on and off relationship with a woman named Jody Arias, and though they had broken up, Jody continued to maintain contact with him. On June 4th, 2008, Travis's friends became concerned when he missed an important conference call and wasn't responding to messages. This was completely unlike Travis, who was always reliable about his work commitments. Friends went to his house to check on him and made a horrifying discovery. Travis was dead in his shower, and the scene was one of extreme violence. Travis had been stabbed 27 times, his throat had been slashed from ear to ear, and he had been shot in the head. The level of violence was shocking and suggested this was a crime of passion rather than a random attack. Blood evidence throughout the bathroom and bedroom told the story of a prolonged and brutal attack. Travis had clearly fought for his life. Investigators found a camera in the washing machine at Travis's home. When they examined the deleted photos on the memory card, they discovered images from the day of the attack. The photos showed Travis in the shower, apparently taken during what seemed like an intimate photo session. Then there were accidental photos taken during the attack, including images that appeared to show Travis's body being dragged and a photo that captured what looked like Jody Arias's leg. Police immediately focused on Jody Arias as their primary suspect. When they questioned her, Jody initially denied being at Travis's house that day, claiming she hadn't seen him in months. But when confronted with the photographic evidence, she changed her story. Now, she claimed two intruders had broken into Travis's home and attacked him while she was there, and she had fled in fear for her life. Investigators didn't believe this story either. The evidence showed no signs of a break-in or any other people being involved. Jody's palm print was found in blood at the scene. Her DNA was mixed with Travis's blood in multiple locations. Her rental car showed evidence she had been in Arizona despite her claims of being elsewhere. The physical evidence overwhelmingly pointed to Jody being the sole person responsible. Jody Arias was arrested in July 2008 and charged with first-degree murder. Over the months leading up to trial, she would change her story yet again. This time, she claimed that she had killed Travis in self-defense after he attacked her in a rage. She painted Travis as abusive and violent, saying she had been forced to defend herself. The trial began in January 2013 and became a media sensation, broadcast live on television and followed by millions. The prosecution presented evidence that Jody had been obsessed with Travis and couldn't accept that he wanted to end their relationship. They showed text messages and emails demonstrating that Jody had been stalking Travis, sneaking into his house, and showing up uninvited. Travis had told friends he was afraid of Jody. Prosecutors argued that Jody had driven from her home in California to Arizona, bringing weapons with her, intending to kill Travis. She had arrived at his house and convinced him to take intimate photos in the shower. Then, when he was vulnerable and not expecting an attack, she had stabbed him repeatedly. When he continued to fight back, she slashed his throat and shot him to ensure he was dead. Jody took the stand in her own defense, spending 18 days testifying. She claimed Travis had been physically and sexually abusive throughout their relationship, and that on the day of his death, he had attacked her after she dropped his camera. She said everything that happened was in self-defense and that she only remembered fragments of the attack because she had blacked out from fear. The prosecution tore apart Jody's testimony during cross-examination. They pointed out the numerous lies she had told, the changing stories, and the lack of any evidence supporting her abuse claims. They showed that the nature of Travis's wounds proved he had been the victim, not the aggressor. He had defensive wounds showing he had tried to protect himself. The attack had been sustained and vicious, not the actions of someone defending themselves. In May 2013, the jury found Jody Arias guilty of first-degree murder, determining that the killing had been premeditated. The verdict brought some measure of justice for Travis's family, who had sat through months of testimony hearing Jody make false accusations about their loved one while he couldn't defend himself. During the penalty phase, the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision on whether Jody should receive the death penalty or life in prison. A second penalty phase jury also deadlocked. Finally, in April 2015, the judge sentenced Jody Arias to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Travis Alexander was 30 years old when his life was stolen. He was a successful motivational speaker who helped others improve their lives. He had dreams of marriage and family. He was loved by friends and had a bright future ahead of him. His only mistake was getting involved with Jody Arias, someone who became dangerously obsessed with him. Jody Arias remains in prison in Arizona, where she will spend the rest of her life. She continues to maintain that she acted in self-defense, despite the overwhelming evidence of premeditation and the brutal nature of the attack. Travis's family has worked to preserve his memory and counteract the false narrative Jody created about him during the trial. The case became one of the most notorious trials in recent American history, demonstrating the dangers of obsessive relationships and the violence that can result when someone refuses to accept that a relationship is over. Travis Alexander paid with his life for trying to end things with someone who had decided that if she couldn't have him, no one would. I'm going to tell you a story about a dedicated nurse who worked the night shift at a veterans hospital, about patients who died unexpectedly during her care, and about how one of the most prolific serial killers in American history hid behind a white uniform for decades before finally being caught. In the 1980s, Kristen Gilbert was a nurse working at the Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Northampton, Massachusetts. She appeared to be a caring and competent nurse who was good at her job, but her colleagues began noticing a disturbing pattern. When Gilbert was on duty, patients would suddenly experience cardiac emergencies at an alarming rate. Even more suspicious, Gilbert always seemed to be the one who discovered these emergencies and raised the alarm. Between 1990 and 1996, the death rate on Gilbert's ward was significantly higher than on other wards and during other shifts. Patients who had been stable would suddenly go into cardiac arrest when she was caring for them. Gilbert would then spring into action, calling codes, and attempting to resuscitate the patients. Some survived these episodes, but many did not. Fellow nurses began keeping informal track of the pattern. They noticed that the cardiac emergencies seemed to cluster around Gilbert's shifts in a way that couldn't be explained by coincidence. Some nurses nicknamed her the Angel of Death, though they were hesitant to formally report their suspicions without concrete proof. The situation came to a head in 1996 when 3 nurses of the hospital filed a complaint with the VA administration about the suspicious death rate during Gilbert's shifts. They provided documentation showing that the number of cardiac arrests and deaths was statistically impossible to explain as random occurrence. The VA launched an internal investigation. As investigators began looking into the cases, they made a chilling discovery. Testing of medicine supplies revealed that large amounts of epinephrine were unaccounted for during periods when Gilbert was working. Epinephrine is a powerful medication that, when given in the wrong dose, can cause fatal heart attacks. The missing drugs coincided perfectly with the timing of the suspicious deaths. Investigators exhumed the bodies of several patients who had died under Gilbert's care. Toxicology testing revealed that these patients had extremely high levels of epinephrine in their systems, far more than would have been administered for any legitimate medical purpose. The patients had been deliberately injected with lethal doses of the drug. The evidence suggested that Gilbert had been stealing epinephrine from the hospital's medication supplies and injecting patients with it to cause cardiac arrests. She appeared to enjoy the excitement and attention that came with medical emergencies. Some psychologists later suggested she had Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a condition where someone creates medical emergencies to gain attention and be seen as a hero. Kristen Gilbert was arrested in 1998 and charged with 4 counts of murder and 3 counts of attempted murder, though investigators believe she had actually killed many more patients. The charges focused on cases where the evidence was strongest and where they could definitively prove Gilbert had administered the fatal doses. During the investigation, more disturbing details about Gilbert emerged. After she became aware she was under suspicion, she had called in bomb threats to the hospital in an attempt to disrupt the investigation. She had also been having affairs with hospital security guards and had exhibited erratic and manipulative behavior with colleagues. Gilbert's trial began in 2000. The prosecution presented the statistical evidence showing the impossibly high death rate during her shifts. They presented toxicology evidence proving patients had been poisoned with epinephrine. They showed that Gilbert had access to the medication and opportunity to administer it. They brought in medical experts who testified that the levels of epinephrine found in the victims could only have been given deliberately. The defense tried to argue that the deaths were due to natural causes or poor medical care at the hospital rather than deliberate murder. They challenged the statistical analysis and suggested that the exhumations and testing procedures might have been flawed. They portrayed Gilbert as a dedicated nurse who was being scapegoated for systemic problems at the VA hospital. But the evidence was overwhelming. Witness after witness testified about the pattern of deaths during Gilbert's shifts. The toxicology evidence was conclusive. Former colleagues described Gilbert's strange excitement during medical emergencies and her tendency to be present whenever patients crashed. The jury saw through the defense's attempts to create reasonable doubt. In March 2001, Kristen Gilbert was found guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of second-degree murder, and 2 counts of attempted murder. She was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms plus 20 years. She would spend the rest of her life in federal prison with no possibility of parole. After her conviction, investigators continued reviewing deaths that had occurred during Gilbert's time at the VA hospital. They identified at least 40 suspicious deaths that occurred when she was on duty, though they could only prove definitively that she was responsible for the 4 murders she was convicted of. The true number of her victims may never be known. The patients Gilbert killed were military veterans who had served their country and were receiving care at a VA hospital. They were vulnerable, often elderly or seriously ill, and they trusted that the nurses caring for them were there to help them heal. Instead, they encountered a nurse who saw them as tools to create drama and excitement for her own benefit. Kristen Gilbert remains in federal prison in Texas, where she continues to serve her life sentences. She has maintained her innocence over the years despite the overwhelming evidence against her. She has filed appeals that have been consistently denied. At age 56, she will die in prison for the crime she committed. The Gilbert case led to reforms in how hospitals monitor and respond to unusual patterns of patient deaths. Medical facilities implemented better tracking systems for controlled medications and more robust protocols for investigating when death rates on particular shifts or with particular staff members are statistically abnormal. Background checks and psychological screening for healthcare workers also became more thorough. The case serves as a reminder that people in positions of trust and authority can abuse that trust in the most terrible ways. The patients at the VA hospital believed they were safe in the hands of their nurses. They had no way of knowing that one nurse saw them not as people deserving care, but as opportunities to create medical emergencies that would make her feel important and give her the adrenaline rush she craved. Kristen Gilbert violated everything that nursing stands for, and her victims paid with their lives. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went to a party with friends, about a night of drinking that turned deadly, and about how one man's decision to drive drunk ended multiple lives and changed families forever. In June 2013, 22-year-old Jacqueline Saburito was driving home from a birthday party in Austin, Texas, when her life changed forever. A car, traveling in the opposite direction, suddenly swerved into her lane and hit her vehicle head-on. The impact was devastating, and Jacqueline's car immediately burst into flames. Two of her friends died at the scene, and Jacqueline was trapped in the burning vehicle for nearly a minute before being pulled out by rescue workers. The driver who caused the crash was 18-year-old Reggie Stepe, and he was severely intoxicated. Stepe had been at a party drinking heavily and had gotten behind the wheel despite being far over the legal limit. Witnesses said his car had been weaving across the road before the collision. When police tested his blood alcohol level after the crash, it was more than twice the legal limit. Jacqueline survived the initial crash, but the burns she suffered were catastrophic. Over 60% of her body was burned, with the most severe damage to her face and hands. She spent months in the hospital undergoing dozens of painful surgeries. Doctors had to amputate several of her fingers. Her face was so severely burned that her features were completely disfigured. She would require ongoing medical care for the rest of her life. The two friends who died in the crash were Laura Guerrero and Natalia Bennett, both young women in their early 20s who had been looking forward to their futures. They died instantly when Steffi's car slammed into them. Their families were left to grieve, while also watching Jacqueline fight for her life in the hospital. Reggie Stepe was charged with 2 counts of intoxication manslaughter for the deaths of Laura and Natalia. The prosecution argued that Stepe had made a conscious choice to drink heavily and then drive, showing reckless disregard for human life. They presented evidence of his blood alcohol level and testimony from witnesses who had seen him drinking at the party and had tried to stop him from driving. The defense tried to portray Stepe as a good kid who had made a terrible mistake. They argued that he hadn't intended to hurt anyone and that he was remorseful for what had happened. They asked for leniency, suggesting that sending a young man to prison for a long time wouldn't undo the tragedy and would only ruin another life. The jury found Reggie Stepe guilty on both counts. The judge sentenced him to 7 years in prison for each count, to be served concurrently, meaning he would serve 7 years total. Many people felt the sentence was too light given that 2 people had died and Jacqueline had been left permanently disfigured. But under Texas law at the time, this was within the normal sentencing range for intoxication manslaughter. Jacqueline Saburito became the face of anti-drunk driving campaigns in Texas and across the country. Despite her severe injuries and constant pain, she chose to share her story publicly to prevent others from making the same choice Stepe had made. She appeared in public service announcements showing her disfigured face and explaining what drunk driving had done to her life. The images of Jacqueline before and after the crash were shocking and powerful. Before the accident, she had been a beautiful young woman with her whole life ahead of her. After the crash, she was left with severe scarring and disfigurement that would never fully heal. She underwent over 100 surgeries and attempts to reconstruct her face and hands, enduring years of painful procedures and rehabilitation. Jacqueline's story resonated with people because she refused to hide. She could have stayed out of the public eye and dealt with her injuries privately, but instead she chose to use her experience to educate others. She spoke at schools, appeared in media campaigns, and shared graphic photos of her injuries to show the real consequences of drunk driving. Reggie Stepe served his 7-year sentence and was released from prison. After his release, he also began speaking out about the dangers of drunk driving, expressing remorse for his actions and the pain he had caused. Some people appreciated his efforts to prevent others from making his mistake, while others felt no amount of advocacy could make up for the lives he had taken and destroyed. Laura Guerrero and Natalia Bennett never got the chance to speak out or advocate for anything. Their lives were cut short at 20 and 21 years old, respectively. They had dreams, families who loved them, and futures that were stolen in an instant by someone's decision to drive drunk. Their families had to live with the permanent absence of daughters, sisters, and friends who should still be alive. Jacqueline Saburito lived with the consequences of Steffi's actions every single day. She required constant medical care, faced daily pain, and dealt with the stares and questions that came with her appearance. Simple tasks that most people take for granted became difficult or impossible for her. She needed assistance with basic activities and faced numerous health complications related to her injuries. In 2019, Jacqueline Saburito died at age 40 from cancer. Her death was not directly related to the crash injuries, but her compromised health from years of surgeries and medical treatments may have made fighting the disease more difficult. Her death was mourned by many who had been inspired by her courage and advocacy. The case of Jacqueline Saburito and the crash caused by Reggie Stepe became one of the most well-known examples of the devastating consequences of drunk driving. The before and after photos of Jacqueline were used in driver's education classes and anti-drunk driving campaigns around the world. Her willingness to show her injuries and share her pain educated millions of people about why getting behind the wheel while intoxicated is never worth the risk. Drunk driving remains a serious problem despite decades of awareness campaigns and stricter laws. Every year, thousands of people die in crashes caused by intoxicated drivers, and many more are seriously injured. Jacqueline's story served as a powerful reminder that drunk driving doesn't just potentially kill the drunk driver. It destroys innocent lives and leaves survivors with permanent consequences. The tragedy also highlighted how lenient sentencing can be for drunk driving cases, even when people die. 7 years in prison for taking 2 lives and permanently disfiguring another person struck many as inadequate justice. The case sparked discussions about whether drunk driving laws and penalties need to be even stricter to truly deter people from making this deadly choice. Jacqueline Saburito's legacy lives on through the countless lives that were potentially saved by her advocacy. Young people who saw her photos or heard her speak made different choices about drinking and driving. Her courage in sharing her story despite the pain and difficulty transformed a personal tragedy into a force for preventing future tragedies. I'm going to tell you a story about a father who reported his 2-year-old son missing from a campground, about a massive search effort that found no trace of the little boy, and about how investigators discovered that the grieving father's story didn't add up and that something terrible had happened long before the camping trip even began. In July 2015, 25-year-old Dorr Coons Jr. reported that his 2-year-old son, Dorr Coons III, had disappeared from a campground in Lemhi County, Idaho. The family had been camping near Timber Creek Campground, and Dorr Sr. told authorities that his son had vanished while he and the boy's mother were breaking down their campsite. He claimed the toddler had been playing near the creek one moment and was simply gone the next. Search and rescue teams immediately mobilized, with dozens of volunteers and professional searchers combing the remote wilderness area. The campground was surrounded by dense forest and a creek with cold mountain water. Searchers looked for any sign of the little boy, hoping he had simply wandered off and gotten lost. Search dogs, helicopters, and ground teams spent days searching every inch of the area. Despite the extensive search, no trace of little Deor was ever found. No clothing, no footprints, no evidence that a toddler had walked away from the campsite into the wilderness. The complete absence of any clues was unusual and troubling. Even in cases where children wander off and tragically perish in the wilderness, searchers typically find some evidence of their path or remains. As the search continued with no results, investigators began questioning Deor's parents more closely. Deor Coons Sr. and the boy's mother, Jessica Mitchell, were interviewed multiple times. Their stories about what happened at the campground began to show inconsistencies. Details changed between tellings, and their timeline of events didn't quite match up with what others at the campground remembered. Police also spoke with Deor Sr.'s grandfather, Robert Walton, and a friend named Isaac Rainwand, who had both been at the campground with the family. Their accounts of the camping trip raised more questions. They described seeing the little boy at the campground, but their memories of the timeline and events didn't align perfectly with what the parents were saying. Investigators brought in the FBI and conducted extensive interviews with both parents. During these interviews, both Deor Sr. and Jessica failed multiple polygraph tests when asked about what happened to their son. The failed polygraphs didn't prove guilt, but they indicated deception about key facts related to the boy's disappearance. The sheriff leading the investigation eventually made a stunning public statement. He announced that Deor Coons Sr. and Jessica Mitchell were suspects in their son's disappearance and presumed death. He stated that investigators believed little Deor had died before the family ever arrived at the campground, and that the camping trip had been staged to cover up whatever had happened to the child. According to the investigation, evidence suggested that little Deor may have died at the family's home in Idaho Falls, possibly from neglect or an accident that the parents tried to cover up. The theory was that the parents had brought the deceased child to the remote campground and disposed of his body somewhere in the vast wilderness, then reported him missing to make it appear he had gotten lost. Deor Sr. and Jessica both denied any wrongdoing. They insisted that their son had truly disappeared from the campground and that they had no idea what happened to him. They maintained that they were grieving parents whose child had vanished, and that law enforcement was wrongly targeting them instead of finding their son. The case became increasingly complicated because without a body, investigators couldn't prove that a crime had even occurred. They couldn't determine how or when little Deor had died. The wilderness where he allegedly disappeared was so vast that his remains could be anywhere, making it nearly impossible to find evidence that would either support or refute the parents' story. Private investigators hired by the family initially worked to help find Deor, but some of them eventually concluded that the parents' story wasn't credible. One private investigator publicly stated that he believed the parents knew what happened to their son and weren't being truthful with authorities. The grandfather and family friend who had been at the campground were also investigated thoroughly, but both were eventually cleared of any wrongdoing. They had given consistent statements and had no apparent motive to harm the child or help cover up his death. The focus remained on Deor Sr. and Jessica as the only suspects. Jessica Mitchell and Deor Coons Sr.'s relationship eventually fell apart under the pressure of the investigation and public scrutiny. Both have given occasional interviews maintaining their innocence, but they have never provided a clear explanation for the inconsistencies in their stories or why they both failed polygraph examinations. In 2016, a wrongful death lawsuit was filed against the parents by Deor Sr.'s parents, the boy's grandparents. The lawsuit alleged that the parents had caused the child's death through negligence or deliberate action. The lawsuit sought damages and aimed to hold the parents accountable in civil court since criminal charges had not been filed. Years have passed since little Deor disappeared, and no criminal charges have ever been filed against anyone. The case remains open, but without a body or concrete evidence of what happened, prosecutors have not been able to build a case strong enough to take to trial. The lack of physical evidence has made this case exceptionally difficult to prosecute. Little Deor Coons would be 11 years old today if he were still alive. He was just 2 years old when he vanished, a toddler who should have had his entire life ahead of him. He should be in elementary school, playing with friends, and growing up. Instead, he disappeared under mysterious circumstances that have never been fully explained. The case of Door Coons remains one of Idaho's most troubling unsolved mysteries. A little boy is gone, and despite extensive investigation, no one knows for certain what happened to him. His parents maintain their innocence, but investigators remain convinced they hold the answers to what really occurred. The truth about Little Door's fate may be buried somewhere in the Idaho wilderness, or it may be a secret that someone is keeping. Either way, a toddler's life was lost, and justice for him remains elusive years later. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who told his mistress that his wife was already dead, weeks before she actually disappeared. A story about a smiling husband who played the role of the grieving widower while knowing the truth the entire time. And about how a quiet Christmas Eve disappearance turned into one of the most infamous murder cases in American history. In December 2002, Scott Peterson lived in Modesto, California, with his wife Lacey Peterson. They had been married for 5 years. Lacey was 8 months pregnant with their first child, a son they planned to name Connor. To friends and family, their life appeared stable. Scott worked as a fertilizer salesman. Lacey was known for her warmth, her love of holidays, and her excitement about becoming a mother. But behind that image, Scott was living a secret life. Earlier that year, Scott began an affair with a woman named Amber Fry. He told her he was unmarried. As the relationship deepened, he told her he had lost his wife and that this would be his first Christmas without her. Amber believed him. She had no reason not to. Scott was attentive, charming, and convincing. He spoke about grief before there was any reason to. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Scott told police that Lacey had planned to walk their dog while he went fishing at the Berkeley Marina. When he returned home that afternoon, he said she was gone. The dog was found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still attached. Lacey's purse, phone, and car were still at the house. There were no signs of a struggle. What should have been a joyful holiday instantly turned into a missing persons case. The community rallied around the Peterson family. Volunteers searched parks, fields, and waterways. Media coverage exploded. Lacey's face appeared on every television screen in America. Candlelight vigils were held. And through it all, Scott appeared calm, controlled, and oddly detached. Investigators quickly noticed inconsistencies. Scott's fishing trip raised questions. He had driven nearly 90 miles to fish alone on Christmas Eve, despite owning closer fishing spots. He had purchased a fishing license just days earlier. He had told no one about the trip in advance. When questioned, his answers shifted subtly but consistently. Then Amber Fry came forward. After recognizing Scott from the news, she contacted police. She told them about the affair. She revealed the conversations where Scott claimed his wife was already dead. Investigators immediately realized they were dealing with more than a missing persons case. Phone records showed Scott calling Amber repeatedly during the search for his wife. In one call, he claimed to be in Paris for New Year's Eve, while actually standing at a vigil for Lacey. Surveillance footage showed him watching news coverage of the search with detached interest. He continued his affair while presenting himself publicly as a grieving husband. As weeks passed, hope began to fade. In April 2003, the remains of a male fetus washed ashore in the San Francisco Bay. The following day, Lacey's decomposed body was found nearby. The location was less than a mile from where Scott claimed to have been fishing. The discovery shattered any remaining doubt. The autopsy revealed that Lacey had been murdered, though the exact cause of death could not be determined due to decomposition. Evidence suggested she had been killed before being placed in the water. Investigators believed Scott had weighted her body down with homemade anchors and dumped her in the bay. Scott was arrested shortly after. At the time of his arrest, he had dyed his hair, grown facial hair, and was carrying large amounts of cash, camping gear, and multiple cell phones. Prosecutors argued he was preparing to flee. Scott claimed he was going golfing and had no intention of running. The trial began in 2004 and became a media spectacle. Prosecutors painted Scott as a narcissistic man who viewed his wife and unborn child as obstacles to a new life. They presented evidence of the affair, the lies, the suspicious behavior, and the timeline that placed him exactly where the bodies were found. Amber Fry testified, playing recorded phone calls in which Scott continued lying even after Lacey's disappearance. Jurors listened as he spoke casually about the future while his wife was missing and later confirmed dead. The defense argued there was no direct evidence tying Scott to the murder. They suggested Lacey had been abducted while walking the dog. They pointed to burglaries in the neighborhood and a lack of eyewitnesses. But the circumstantial evidence was overwhelming. In November 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey's death and second-degree murder for the death of Connor. He was sentenced to death. Years later, his sentence was overturned due to jury selection issues, and it was changed to life in prison without parole. Scott Peterson remains incarcerated, continuing to maintain his innocence. For Lacey's family, no sentence could undo the loss. Lacey Peterson was remembered as a loving daughter, a devoted wife, and a woman who was eagerly preparing for motherhood. Connor never took a breath outside the womb. Their lives ended not because of violence from a stranger, but because of betrayal from someone they trusted completely. The Scott Peterson case remains one of the most debated true crime stories in modern history. Not because of mystery, but because of the unsettling reality it represents. A man who smiled for cameras, a man who played the role perfectly, and a man who, according to a jury, murdered his wife and unborn child so he could start over. It is a reminder that sometimes the most dangerous lies are told calmly, patiently, and without emotion, and that the truth often reveals itself not in one dramatic moment, but through a trail of small, deliberate choices that can no longer be ignored. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared gentle, intelligent, and deeply in love, and about a woman who believed she had found safety after a difficult past. This is a story about a disappearance that looked like a tragic accident, about a crime scene that seemed too quiet, and about how a carefully constructed lie held together for years before finally collapsing. This is the true story of Peterson, California, and the murder of Lacey Peterson. In the early 2000s, Modesto, California was a place where nothing much happened. It was suburban, orderly, and slow-moving, a city where neighbors recognized each other's routines and mornings felt predictable. Lacey Peterson lived there with her husband Scott in a modest home near a park. She was 27 years old, 8 months pregnant, and looking forward to becoming a mother. Friends described her as warm, thoughtful, and optimistic, someone who enjoyed small rituals like walking the dog and decorating for holidays. Scott Peterson, her husband, worked as a fertilizer salesman. He was articulate, composed, and appeared supportive. To outsiders, the couple seemed stable, if a little distant. What no one could see was that Scott had been living a separate emotional life, one filled with secrets, lies, and quiet detachment. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Scott reported Lacey missing. He told police that she had planned to walk the dog while he went fishing at the Berkeley Marina. When he returned home, she was gone. The dog was found wandering the neighborhood with its leash still attached. Lacey's purse, keys, and car were still at the house. She had never mentioned leaving town. She had been excited about Christmas Eve dinner with family later that day. At first, the case was treated as a missing person investigation. Volunteers searched parks, waterways, and neighborhoods. Flyers went up. Candlelight vigils were held. Lacey's smiling face appeared on television screens across the country. Scott participated in searches and interviews, speaking calmly, sometimes too calmly, about his missing wife. But as days passed, something about Scott's behavior began to trouble investigators. He appeared detached. He avoided emotional language. He seemed more concerned with logistics than with fear or urgency. While this alone proved nothing, inconsistencies in his story slowly emerged. His fishing trip, initially described casually, became more detailed under scrutiny. Receipts, boat registrations, and marina logs showed he had traveled nearly 90 miles to fish alone on Christmas Eve, something friends said he rarely did. Then police discovered Scott was having an affair. Months before Lacey disappeared, Scott had begun a relationship with a woman named Amber Fry. He had told her he was a widower and that this would be his first holiday season without his wife. He told her this in early December, weeks before Lacey vanished. After Lacey went missing, Amber came forward, realizing she had unknowingly been involved with a man at the center of a national search. Police began recording Scott's phone calls with Amber. In those calls, Scott spoke to her from candlelight vigils held for his missing wife, pretending he was in Paris or Brussels on business. His tone never changed. His lies flowed effortlessly. As the investigation deepened, attention turned to the Berkeley Marina. The same body of water where Scott claimed to be fishing was searched extensively. Nothing was found at first. Months passed. Public opinion shifted. Some believed Scott was unfairly targeted. Others believed his calmness hid something darker. In April 2003, nearly 4 months after Lacey disappeared, the water gave up its secret. The remains of a male fetus washed ashore in the San Francisco Bay. The next day, the decomposed body of a woman was found nearby. Dental records confirmed what many feared. It was Lacey Peterson. Her unborn son, whom she had planned to name Connor, had been forcibly separated from her body by natural decomposition. The location was devastatingly precise. The body surfaced near the same marina Scott had visited. Prosecutors argued that Scott had murdered Lacey at home, possibly strangling her, then weighted her body with homemade anchors and dumped her into the bay. They presented evidence showing Scott had researched tidal movements and water depths. He had purchased materials consistent with anchor construction. Only one anchor was ever recovered. Prosecutors suggested the others remained in the bay, still holding their secret. Scott maintained his innocence. His defense claimed Lacey had been abducted by burglars in the neighborhood. They argued there was no direct evidence tying Scott to the murder scene. No witnesses, no blood, no confession. The trial became a media spectacle. Every gesture Scott made was analyzed. Every facial expression scrutinized. Jurors listened to weeks of testimony about lies, affairs, purchases, and movements. What stood out was not a single piece of evidence, but the totality of it. The story Scott told did not match the reality investigators uncovered. In 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for their unborn son. He was sentenced to death, later reduced to life without parole. The case remains one of the most debated true crime stories in modern American history. Some continue to question the verdict. Others see it as a clear example of a man who believed his intelligence and composure could protect him from consequence. What makes the story unsettling is not just the crime itself, but how quietly it fit into everyday life. There were no warning signs that screamed danger. There was no dramatic breakdown, just a gradual erosion of truth hidden behind calm words and polite smiles. Lacey Peterson trusted the man she married. She trusted the life they built. And in the end, that trust was used against her. Her story remains a reminder that violence does not always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it moves softly, wrapped in routine, and only reveals itself when it is far too late. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who traveled quietly across a continent, about victims who never knew they had been chosen, and about a series of crimes so carefully hidden that even investigators struggled to understand how much darkness one person could carry without being seen. This is a story about patience taken to an extreme, about planning that stretched across years, and about a killer who believed anonymity was his greatest weapon. This is the true story of Israel Keyes. For most of his adult life, Israel Keyes blended easily into the background. He worked construction jobs. He paid rent. He dated casually. He appeared unremarkable, even forgettable. People who knew him described him as calm, polite, and distant. He did not draw attention. He did not stand out. That was exactly how he wanted it. Keyes lived in Alaska for many years, a place that suited his need for isolation and independence. But Alaska was not where his crimes were limited. In fact, distance was part of his strategy. He traveled frequently across the United States, flying to one state, renting a car, and driving hundreds of miles to another. He paid in cash. He left no trail. He moved through cities and rural areas with equal ease. Long before committing his crimes, Keyes prepared for them. He buried what investigators later called kill kits across the country. These kits contained weapons, restraints, tools, and supplies, hidden in remote locations years in advance. Some were buried near rivers. Some were hidden in forests. Others were placed in abandoned areas where no one would look twice. He memorized their locations. He waited. Keyes did not stalk victims in the traditional sense. He did not fixate on one person. Instead, he chose targets of opportunity. People who were alone. People who were vulnerable. People whose disappearance could be explained away easily. His crimes were not driven by impulse. They were driven by control. For years, people disappeared without explanation. Some were never connected to him. Some were never found at all. In February 2012, Keyes abducted an 18-year-old barista named Samantha Koenig from the coffee stand where she worked in Anchorage. He approached just before closing time, threatened her with a gun, and forced her into his vehicle. Surveillance cameras captured the moment, but at the time, it meant little. Anchorage was vast. Leads were thin. What followed was calculated and disturbing. Keyes murdered Samantha shortly after abducting her. Then, weeks later, he returned her body to the coffee stand to stage proof-of-life photographs. He used these images to extort ransom money from her family. The act was cold, deliberate, and deeply manipulative. He withdrew the ransom using her debit card, traveling across multiple states to avoid detection. But this time, something went wrong. Keyes was stopped by Texas state troopers while driving Samantha's car. He lied convincingly at first, but investigators began noticing inconsistencies. Surveillance footage showed him using Samantha's card. Phone records placed him in locations he could not explain. Slowly, the wall he had built began to crack. In March 2012, Israel Keyes was arrested. At first, he denied everything. But as investigators applied pressure, he began to talk. What he revealed was worse than anyone expected. He admitted to multiple murders across different states. He described abductions that occurred years apart. He spoke about victims whose names he claimed not to remember. He described burying kits long before using them, waiting patiently for the right moment. What made Keyes especially unsettling was not just what he did, but how he thought. He avoided patterns. He avoided killing near his home. He avoided using the same methods repeatedly. He destroyed evidence meticulously. He believed that randomness would protect him. For a long time it did. Investigators struggled to verify many of his claims. Some missing persons cases aligned with his travel history. Others could not be confirmed. Many families were left in limbo, unsure whether Keyes was responsible for the disappearance of someone they loved or whether the truth would remain forever unknown. In December 2012, while in federal custody, Israel Keyes took his own life. He left behind drawings, cryptic messages, and a list of potential victims. With his death, many answers died with him. The full number of his victims is still unknown. What makes this story especially chilling is how intentional everything was. There was no frenzy, no escalation that drew attention. Just quiet preparation and long stretches of normal life in between acts of violence. Keyes compartmentalized his existence so completely that even those close to him had no idea what he was capable of. His case forced investigators to confront a disturbing possibility that there may be others like him, people who plan patiently, who move carefully, who commit crimes that never form a pattern obvious enough to detect. Israel Keyes did not want fame. He did not want recognition. He wanted secrecy. He wanted control. And for years, he succeeded. The victims he left behind are remembered not by how they died, but by the lives they were living before they crossed paths with someone who had already decided their fate. Their stories remain incomplete, scattered across time and geography, connected only by a man who believed distance could erase responsibility. This case remains a reminder that not all threats are loud. Some move quietly, blending into everyday life, leaving behind only absence and questions. And sometimes, the most terrifying crimes are the ones that almost went unnoticed.